Testing, testing.
So we'll take a, that, somebody will come in.
So we can just we'll just take it. All right, Mr. Deputy Sheriff, will you please call this meeting to order?
All rise, stand please. Hear ye. This Honorable County Commissioners meeting of Shelby County, Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this commission, draw near, give attention, and ye shall heard. Please remain standing.
All right, today we have Pastor Wade C. Bryant from Future Grace Baptist Church. Pastor Bryant, would you mind please coming down and give us our invocation for this afternoon?
Let us pray. Most eternal God, our Father, we ask your presence today in this county commission meeting. We know that man has searched even the stars, have the capacity to dig into the earth, looking for silver, gold, and diamonds, and have endured much success at finding what he's looking for. But in all of his searching, it appears that they can't find wisdom, because wisdom only comes from you. And we ask you today to dispense from your throne a sufficient amount of wisdom for these commissioners, that you will guide their heart, you will search them, and move out anything that stands in the way of them being kind and just, having the wisdom to see those things that can't be seen, to hear those things that can't be heard, voices from on high that will lead and guide them into right relationships with each other and right understanding. I know you have a word for everyone. I ask today that let your voice be heard in the hearts of the men and women in this chamber. I ask this in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Bryant. Madam Vice Chair, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to
All right, thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take a point of personal privilege for a moment, please, to hold a moment of silence for the Bolton High School football player that passed away, Joshua Henderson, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Clay Bibbs,
Present.
Caswell,
Present.
Sugarman,
Present.
Mills,
Present.
Ford,
Present.
Wright, Bradford,
Present.
Thornton,
Present.
Morrison,
Present.
Brooks, Lowry,
Present.
Avant,
Present.
Chairman Whaley.
Present.
We have 11 present.
All right, we have a quorum. Can we get approval of the minutes of the previous session without objection? This is from June 23rd, 2025, and June 30th, 2025, the special called meeting. Commissioner Ford?
Before these minutes are approved, since we did have two meetings and they were exclusive, well, mostly budget related, I asked in committee on Wednesday if we can make sure that we have the final everything because some of the numbers are not matching up to what this body voted on. And I'm talking about not just on the 23rd, but especially on the 30th, when I intentionally asked for the reduction to writing. Some of the numbers that the administration is putting in the final documents do not match what this body has voted on. So I'm going to be asking when we meet again on Wednesday, we really need to see where we're at. So I'm fine with the minutes, but I'm just putting that as something that is a concern to record, because if 13 people voted to do one thing, we don't need appointed people to do something else. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, so hearing no objection, those minutes are approved. It's possible to join the meeting in two ways, via the designated email account, boc.email@shelbycountytn.gov, or via phone at 901-222-1234. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the rest of the rule.
Members of the public who desire to address the county commission shall request permission by completing an appearance card, which will be given to the chair by a deputy. Members of the public shall be permitted to address the county commission unless ruled out of order by the chair or denied the opportunity to speak by a majority vote of the commissioners present and voting. Please note that as it pertains to public comment, our rules of order set a limit of no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair. The chair may set a limit for discussion by the public of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require. Finally, to the members of the public, if you would like to express your pleasure or displeasure on a matter before the county commission, please do so by raising your thumb up or pointing it down, as opposed to applause or other expressions of approval or disapproval. Disruptive members of the public are subject to removal from the commission chambers by the deputy sheriff. Thank you for your attention and in advance for your cooperation today.
Okay, thanks so much. Before we move on, Commissioner Lowry, do you have the plaque for Pastor Wade, if you wouldn't mind presenting that to him?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Honored to be able to present this recognition to Pastor Wade Bryant. I think we all got something from that prayer, as we all are always searching for wisdom in the decisions that we make. And I thank you for your guidance, spiritual guidance, and I thank you for all that you continue to do in our community as well. So on behalf of the Chair and the County Commission, well, I thank you for being our chaplain for today, and thank you for your words of wisdom, and continue to pray for us as you go along. Thanks so much, Pastor.
All right, thank you again, Pastor Bryant. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. We have a few staff or commissioners that have birthdays this month. April Powell on the 20th, so happy belated birthday. Mitty Williams, Miss Mitty, happy belated birthday as well. And today is the birthday of Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, so happy birthday today. All right, thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. Will you please read item number 3?
Item 3 is a special resolution honoring Dr. Yanli Kui for exemplary leadership in mathematics education and mentorship, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was deferred in June 23rd, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you, Chair. And so Dr. Quay has just now returned from China. And so I would like to defer this to the August the 11th commission meeting.
All right, without objection, this item will be deferred to August 11th. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 4.
Item 4 is a resolution honoring Sarah Carpenter Owens and the Memphis Lift, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was deferred in June 23rd, 2025 commission meeting.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. So this is a stalwart in our community, Miss Sarah Carpenter Owens, putting some respect on this newlywed here. Super excited to be able to honor both her and the legacy of the Memphis Lift. If y'all want to just come on around and fill in the space. She's a woman that often comes with the crew. And so I am just super excited. I know that a lot of people hear about the Memphis Lift, but I wanted to elevate some of the details in the backstory of the organization. So Sarah Carpenter Owens is a passionate community advocate dedicated to ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to high quality learning opportunities that foster a bright future. The Memphis Lift was founded in July 2015 with just 19 parents. June 2015, we'll correct that, with just 19 parents, and has grown to become a passionate group of over 4,000 volunteers, parents, grandparents, concerned family members, and community members. She believes that those closest to problems should lead the fight for solutions. The Memphis Lift continues to challenge and reform broken and unjust systems. Their advocacy for children's civil rights and encouragement to reach their full potential is a catalyst for change, the change that they seek to be as community servants. The Memphis Lift established the Brenda Rogers Parent Resource Center, which offers life-sustaining services through the center, like a community food pantry, school uniform assistance, computer lab, laundry facilities, and parent classes. Ms. Carpenter Owens believes that all parents deserve high-quality school choices, whether they be a charter school, ASD, iZone, or traditional public school. Sarah Carpenter Owens and the Memphis Lift team continue to advocate for families, holding one-on-one meetings with parents, knocking on doors, and attending school board meetings, county commission meetings, and various community meetings all across the city and county. Her heart-led approach has been a powerful force for academic justice and child-centered policies. And as you can see, that force is represented today. And I'm just so super proud of the Lift and the work that y'all do. I've had the opportunity, if y'all haven't, you should just come on over or go on over to Hyde Park and just witness it in person. It really is a sight to see children and parents. They're just so hungry for knowledge, and they're so activated and just on fire. So today, I'm just so excited to honor you and the Lift and just the work that y'all do. If you would just address the commission, because I'm pretty sure you got a lot more accolades coming from the body. Thank you.
I don't want to say anything.
Nothing? Okay. She has no word, but thank you, colleagues, for allowing us to be able to recognize this great leader and great organization. Thank y'all.
My screen.
Commissioner Caswell, Ms. Carpenter, before you leave, Carpenter Owens, before you leave, we have a commissioner in the queue.
Sister Sarah Carpenter, I just want to recognize you and thank you for all the great debates over the years, and continue to fight the good fight of faith, because I need somebody to debate in the community. So I thank you for the work y'all do. Thank you, sister.
Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Ms. Carpenter, I want to say you've put in the work, and I'm proud to have gotten to know you over these years serving on the commission and the good work you do with Memphis Lift and District 10. Thank you.
Parliamentarian, please read item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution honoring Apostle Kevin Davidson, sponsored by Charlie Caswell Jr.
Madam Chair, I appreciate this opportunity to honor this great leader, and any world international artist like Apostle Kevin Davis always come with an entourage, and he did that for us on the first Thursday in May when we did the National Day of Prayer at the Pursuit of God. He came in and helped lead and uplift that worship, really shifting the atmosphere, and we got a couple of those leaders, and I asked Mr. Chair, also, if I can, once I recognize Apostle Kevin Davidson, that I can recognize these other leaders with him, Mr. Chair, that also came with him with certificates that I have. Come on up, Apostle Kevin Davidson. Many in our city and around the world know Apostle Kevin Davidson for his amazing work. I'm blessed over the last few years and getting to know him even more, to share a prayer call with him at 5:50 a.m. and also 6 o'clock in the evening time every day. And that has truly blessed me and my family and our community as we continue to seek ways and strategies of doing the great work that God has before us. And it reads in part here, whereas it is appropriate for this esteemed body of commissioners to honor and recognize distinguished individuals in Shelby County. Whereas Apostle Kevin Davis has spent over 3 decades faithfully sharing his God-given talents as a gospel recording artist, songwriter, musician, producer, and pastor, leaving an incredible mark on the world of gospel music and ministry. Whereas beginning in 1986 with the formation of Kevin Davidson and the Voices, he touched a fresh anointing and sound to gospel music that continues to inspire listeners across generation. They have powerful songs such as Fight On, Born to Win, Bounce Back, Celebrate, and the Billboard #1 hit, God Wants to Heal You, everywhere that it hurt. Again, whereas Apostle Kevin Davidson has 7 CDs and 3 independent records, is a 2-time Billboard chart-topping songwriter. Apostle Kevin Davis' extraordinary songwriting has contributed to the success of multiple gospel legends. He has written the Grammy-winning title track for Bishop G.E. Patterson albums, as well as Grammy-winning songs for Pastor Shirley Caesar. I can say so much more, but Apostle, I just jump here and say, whereas in addition to this musical accomplishments, Apostle Kevin Davis is the founder and senior pastor of the Dominion Church, where he has faithfully served over 20 years. He has exemplified humanity, leadership, and spiritual authority for over 35 years. His pastoral leadership is guided by core values such as accountability, vision, integrity, structure, service, and unwavering commitment to prayer. Through both word and deed, Apostle Kevin Davis is a true servant of God who continues to reminds others to make sure you find yourself on the righteous side at all times. Whereas now therefore it be the resolve of this Board of Commission of Shelby County, Tennessee, that we do hereby honor and recognize Apostle Kevin Davis for his outstanding contribution to gospel music, his lifelong dedication to ministry, and his positive impact on the culture and spiritual life of our community. Let's give him a hand clap for him. And again, thank you, Apostle. God bless you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, I'm gonna call these leaders up. If you're here in the audience, Pastor Sheila Floyd, Stephanie, Commissioner Stephanie Love, Brother David Jordan, Ms. Carol Jackson, Dr. Talise Franklin, Pamela Sims, Officer Crutchell. I know Effie Johnson is not here. Councilwoman Yolanda Sutton is not here. And Elder Will Richardson. All right. And y'all leaders, come on up. Come on real quick. I just want to, again, we got certificates in the honor for these leaders. Again, back in May, we called for a National Day of Prayer in the Fraser community in honor too of Pastor Ricky Floyd. And these leaders stepped up with Apostle Kevin Davis to bring prayer to our city and our community. And I believe, no doubt, that what we're seeing in the shift in our community is due to your leadership, and not only in the work that you all do, but also in the prayers that you offer to those in our city. So thank you all for all you do. All right. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Thank you all so much. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution recognizing and congratulating the YMCA of Memphis and the Mid-South for 170 years of service, sponsored by Commissioner David A. Bradford, Jr.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioner Bradford.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read the whole item here because we've got a lot on our agenda, but I just wanted to recognize that the YMCA has been operating here in Memphis for 170 years. A lot of people think of the YMCA as the gym and swim, right? But they do so much else in our community. They've got the early learning care, before and after care, summer camps, swim lessons, swim teams, youth sports, team programming, health and wellness programs, senior health, and more. And then, of course, when COVID hit, they took a whole turn and have started feeding the community as well, the youth. And so since 2020, they have served over 10.5 million meals to the youth in Shelby County. So I just wanted to recognize them today for their wonderful service to the community. And I don't know if either of these gentlemen have anything they want to say.
Thank you, commissioners, for having us here. Commissioner Bradford, you know, the Y was built 170 years ago on people coming together to meet the community's needs, and it is still that same thing today. So we couldn't do this without your support, without the support of the people who have come around to do that. And we're ready for the next 170 years to keep making that impact and keep bringing people together for the good of the communities that we're serving. So thank y'all.
All right, thanks y'all so much. Before you sit down, we have a few commissioners that want to share a word with you. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Chair. I know what y'all do, and I see it right there on Elvis Presley Boulevard at the Georgette and Cato Johnson YMCA. And thank you for the timeline update on the final phase, and I'm glad that a resolution was brought and blessed by this body for the purposes of attaining tax credits, as well as being able to take what we allocated and multiplying it fivefold so that we can get to the final stage of the YMCA. And it was brought to my attention that the final part will be finished next summer. Is that correct?
Right.
Very good. That's perfect. So I know what y'all do. Thank y'all, the District 9 representatives. And I'll even say this, some people are jumping over from Mississippi and coming over to the YMCA, and that's good. Look, my district borders 2 states, and I love it when they come from their respective states to take care of amenities and pay a few taxes coming over here. So anytime we can make that happen, let's continue doing that. So thank you for the work that you do, and thank you, Chair, for that time.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Caswell?
Again, thank you all for your leadership. I know we've been in conversation as we praying and hoping that we can see this in District 6 with a YMCA there. And again, whenever we call, whether it's for the food for our community, where it's our fall school camps that we needed, you all have continually stepped up. Thank you for what y'all been doing up there in David Crockett with families around feeding them over this summer. Those things mean a lot to a community that have missed so many opportunities with investments, but you all continue to show up when it's needed. When I saw that the feeding y'all was doing this summer, again, just hats off to y'all, and thank y'all for your leadership.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Vice Chair Avant?
Yes, I too just want to echo my thanks. We know in times of crisis that the Y has stepped up, even from my school board days during COVID. You all stepped in to be locations to feed children on a daily basis. So we know that you value community, you value how we care for our community, and so grateful for your leadership. And congratulations on your 170 years.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to chime in and just state that you all are, a pillar in our communities. However, in District 12, we do not have a YMCA. We do not have a community center. We do not have anything for our children to do. Having said that, I look forward to seeing the vision of how we can get there. I know, I just want to thank your wife, Griffin, for allowing you to come on Valentine's Day to look at maybe a spot for a future YMCA. So thank you so much. So I just want to put that out there. But seriously, my community really wants a YMCA, and right now they're going over to Olive Branch. And so I look forward to working with you all to see what we can do. I understand there are steps we have to follow, but again, thank you for the work that you do for all of our districts. Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you to the Y, 170 years of greatness that has happened across Shelby County. I appreciate everything that you've done, not only since I've been in my commission side, but my former school board days. You definitely stepped up to the plate, as Vice Chair Avant mentioned, during the time of need when we realized that we were being asked for all of the things. You stepped up to be a strong partner with us at that time to make sure that we served our families. I appreciate you and looking forward to the next years of service with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. And thank you all both for all your service, and congrats on 170 years. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read item number 7?
Item 7 is a special resolution honoring and commending Director Brenda Jones for her lifetime of service in emergency management, public safety, and community resilience, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. We have a special resolution honoring and commending Director Brenda Jones for her lifetime of service in emergency management, public safety, and community resilience. Whereas the Shelby County Board of Commissioners is committed to recognizing individuals who break historic barriers and make extraordinary contributions to government, public safety, and community well-being. And whereas Brenda Jones made history in 2018 as the first Black woman appointed as Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security for Shelby County, Tennessee, a landmark achievement in a field where women account for less than 15% of senior emergency management leadership positions nationwide, and Black women are severely underrepresented. Whereas Director Jones brings over 40 years of distinguished service in public safety and emergency operations, having previously served as the first Black female deputy chief in the Memphis Police Department. She also is the West Tennessee Law Enforcement Liaison responsible for highway traffic safety for the 21 counties west of the Tennessee River with Tennessee Department of Transportation. In 2017, she became the first female to be appointed to the position of Law Enforcement Administrator for Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security. Whereas under her leadership, the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency secured and managed over $3.5 million in Homeland Security grant program funding for Shelby County and its municipalities, strengthening the region's capabilities in hazard mitigation, mass casualty response, and infrastructure protection. Director Jones played a key role in the county's COVID-19 emergency response, supporting interagency communication, coordinating resource distribution, and assisting in the creation of the continuity of operations plans for critical departments. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. And at this point, I would like Harold Collins, Chief Collins, to come up before I end this. Whereas Shelby County and the Mayor's Administration as well. And before I end, I would like for you to say a few words, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Members of the County Commission, we just want to also echo the fact that Shelby County experienced three major losses this past week. Individuals lost their lives in the Mississippi River and in the man-made pond in Fraser. And we want to recognize Director Jones and her team because they put themselves on the line and their families on the line to rescue those individuals. Our emergency management agency steps forward when they are called by the Sheriff's Department and the Memphis Police Department. And many times we don't hear the fact that they're the ones out in the boats retrieving our loved ones in Shelby County. And so on behalf of Mayor Harris and the administration, we want to say thank you, and thank you to your team for risking their lives every single day to rescue and serve our community. And so thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your service. And we have a few commissioners who may want to speak, but first you have a few words for the public.
Good afternoon. Brenda Jones, Director of Emergency Management, Homeland Security for Shelby County Government. Commissioners, this is certainly humbling. It is awesome, especially when you're being rewarded for doing your job. And that's the way I look at it every day when I go to work. I'm just simply doing my job. But thank you for honoring me for doing that. I appreciate that. But first, of course, I would like to honor Mayor Harris and thank Mayor Harris and his executive team for having the confidence in me to lead the Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. Second, Commissioner Sugarman, thank you so much. Oftentimes in public safety, we're very seldom honored. So thank you so much for honoring me. And in the entire Board of Commissioners, I really appreciate this recognition. Last but not least, I want to thank my family and my colleagues and my friends for supporting me, and also Shelby County Commissioners, you have an awesome staff at the Emergency Management Homeland Security Agency. You have an awesome staff. When there's an emergency or disaster, they're always there, and I can assure you emergency or disasters do not happen between 8 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. But whenever they're called to do their job, that's what they do. So you can be proud to know that you got a dedicated staff of emergency managers that's going to rise to the occasion, do what it takes to mitigate an emergency or disaster and try to help the citizens to get back to where they were before the emergency or disaster happened. So you can be proud of the staff that you have assembled at the Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. As I've done for the last 4 decades, and I know I'm dating myself, it's really 5 decades, because I've been in public safety almost 5 decades. I've always been committed to this community. I've been committed to Shelby County. I intend to continue my goal of bringing excellence, integrity, and honor to this position that you have bestowed upon me. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Director Jones. We do have a few people that would like to share a word. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. And Director, this is just one of several resolutions and thanks that I know that you get. And I'm going to say it anyway. And I know some of your emergency managers said don't start anything today, but I am. This lady right here does yeoman's work. We're talking about the Emergency Management Agency and Homeland Security. Just like what I tell law enforcement officers, and I put you in the same category, and I'll tell you just like I tell them, nobody wants your job, but everybody expects you to do your job, and you do it very well.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say this as well. I've been one of the few vocal ones that has stated that not only should your managers be paid more, you should be paid more. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go and look at directors and managers in Shelby County government, Homeland Security and EMA are the lowest. What are we talking about here? Now, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this, because I appreciate administrators coming in and vocalizing and congratulating you and everything. But when I vocalize that, and I'm not gonna mention names, there are people that will say, well, she's not really a director. No, she's more than a director, ladies and gentlemen. She's more than a director. And I don't want to hear any more individuals who are beyond their range of salary saying that you don't deserve yours. And some of them are in this room right now. So you know what? Hopefully, before this fiscal year is over, not only can we take care of you, we can take care of your managers as well. Because again, EMA, Homeland Security, nobody's trying to do that job, but they expect it to get done. So I'm gonna keep fighting for you. And some of your managers said, don't start anything. Well, I said it because I'm saying that she deserves it. I'll say this lastly, in my last 30 seconds. When I looked at that list of salaries and whatnot, it pained me when I looked at all the directors and managers, and when I put it in numerical order, your name was at the bottom. We need to fix that, ladies and gentlemen. We need to fix that. We don't need to just talk. We need to do some of that walk. I support you 1,000% in your managers. Thank you for bringing this resolution, and let's keep making it happen. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell.
Director, again, I want to thank you. 2017, you all know what you did for the Fraser community in a major way. When we didn't see other people step up, you all came in. There's no way we would have been able to feed the 6,000 people on that parking lot of Union Grove with no lights on in the church for those 6 days without you and your team bringing in that generator for the people who didn't have assets, but they had to plug their oxygen tankers up. Everything that we needed, you all showed up for that community in a major way, and I know you always show up for this community. So just thank you again for your leadership. You deserve all that God has for you and your department, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you, Director Jones. It's just been a pleasure just to watch you over the years just come and just be so steadfast in your work. Like you always are just so focused on the unknown, you know, the fact that you are just holding space for something that could be is just, it's really admirable, and just your world just is very fascinating from this perspective. And so to see you have so much passion to be able to hold space for yourself, as it's easy to just overlook the importance of emergency management. You do that well to be able to help us be able to say, no, we need to garner the resources, we need to be prepared, we need to be on point. And I just thank you. Lord forbid that we ever really have to deploy all the resources that you hold space for, but I just trust that whenever and if ever it is to happen, that we'll be taken care of. So thank you for giving us that confidence and for all the work that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Vice Chair Evans?
Director Jones, again, I won't repeat what all others have said, but just we feel and know that the excellence and professionalism you bring to your job and to your craft and your care for this county is unprecedented, and we appreciate your service. And again, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Vice Chair Evans. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. Director, I just wanted to share those same sentiments. Thank you for all you do. I mean, it's amazing to hear all those accolades. And sometimes, as you know, we get up there and we say, we're not going to read all this stuff because we have long meetings. But I'm glad we got a chance for Commissioner Sugarman to hear all those accolades, because you need to hear them now while you're still standing and we can receive them. Right, because so much time those are the obituaries, and I hope you're around for a lot longer. I know you may have some other plans, but you do great work, and our county needs you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you, Director Jones. The job you do is top-notch. You have to plan ahead for worst-case scenarios so that all of us can lay our head at night and not have to worry about it. And that's very taxing, and I know it weighs a lot on you to have to play out worst-case scenarios. I know I've thrown out a couple at you. What about this? And you have had a plan for them, all of them. So thank you for what you do. I concur with what Commissioner Ford stated. I've stated it before on the record. And I just want to say thank you for taking the call. You and your staff, every time I've called for a need or an issue that's come up, y'all have addressed it and handled it beautifully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Thank you, Director Jones, for your service. We certainly know you've seen it all and been able to manage impeccably through it. So we appreciate your past service, your continued service, and your future service. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much.
Come on up here.
All right. Thank you all so much.
How you doing?
All right. Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read item number 8?
Item 8 is a resolution honoring Mayor Mike Wisman, sponsored by Commissioner Mick Wright.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mills, good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Whaley. Got a traffic jam in the aisle here. It's an honor for me to be here in place of our colleague, Commissioner Wright, who is out sick today, to recognize my mayor, my Arlington mayor, Mike Wisman. So I will read part of the resolution. Whereas on June 19th, 2025, an incident of gun violence occurred at the Bartlett Walmart. An altercation between two employees resulted in one victim sustaining critical injuries. And whereas Arlington Mayor Mike Wisman, a dedicated public servant, happened to be present on the scene. Mayor Wisman is a trained firefighter EMT with 22 years of duty with the Memphis Fire Department. And whereas Mayor Wisman demonstrated extraordinary courage and composure by swiftly acting to safeguard those nearby. Whereas Mayor Wisman rendered life-saving first aid to the shooting victim and who had sustained multiple wounds. Whereas Mike Wisman's bravery, astute thinking, and unwavering commitment to the well-being of others under extreme pressure represent the highest ideals of public stewardship and community leadership. His actions not only contributed to saving lives, but also demonstrated the strength and resilience of the Arlington and Bartlett communities. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, that we do hereby honor and commend Arlington Mayor Mike Wisman for his heroic, selfless, and exemplary actions during the June 19th, 2025 shooting at the Bartlett Walmart, where he placed himself in harm's way to protect and aid others. We present this resolution as a token of our profound gratitude and deepest respect for you, Mayor Wisman. And with that, I do want to recognize as well, there are many municipal mayors here. We have Germantown Mayor Palazzolo, Collierville Mayor Frazier, Millington Mayor Dagan, and if I missed you, I just don't see you. Okay, I just wanted to recognize that they were here in support of Mayor Wisman, and I'll turn it over if you wanted to say a few words.
Thank you. It's kind of weird being on this side of the podium. I'm usually on your side presenting these type of resolutions. So it's one of those weird days that you never thought going to buy some pet supplies for your dog would turn into the type of situation that it did. So I just want to say, I don't feel like I did anything special. I feel like I did what I was trained to do and what others in my role would do the same. So, I mean, I appreciate the recognition and I appreciate the support from my friends and colleagues that are here. But really, the true heroes were the Bartlett Police Department, who we had some representatives there, and the Sheriff's Department who showed up, because you don't know what it's like. When I come in as a firefighter for the city of Memphis, I'm coming in when the scene's secure. It's still chaotic and all that, but being inside, being from me to Chairman Whaley, away from the shooting, not knowing what's going on, trying to handle that situation, and then seeing a shooting victim, taking care of that. Don't know where the shooter is, but when you're sitting on the ground and you're rendering aid with T-shirts off the Walmart rack, and then a guy comes and stands over you with an assault rifle, a cop, and two more show up and they're pulling wound care out of their pockets. They were the most professional and well trained that I've seen. So the true honor should go to the Bartlett Police Department and the Sheriff's Department, because they are the ones who did everything. So, but thank you for recognizing me for this honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Before you sit down, a few commissioners that wanted to share their appreciation for you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, wow, when I met you last summer, I didn't think that, that you had all these accolades in the back as far as being able to come in and swoop in and help and support people in need. But that's good to know. So often, people will call other people, but you have the capabilities and ability and did that. So you really are a hero in my eyesight. And I just want to also say, all the other mayors as well. Again, you have now a standard to uphold with Mayor Weissman. So again, if there's a person, I'm sure you all will also jump into action. But again, it's an honor to know you, and thank you for what you did, because you didn't have to do that. You could have just called somebody. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Mayor. And I often say that Superman is not going to come, but thank you for showing up for those individuals. And I just want to just commend you and even the other mayors that are here when I look at the investment that you all made in your community, even when you had to take the tough role of doing what you had to do with the tax rate to make sure that you continue to move your counties, municipalities forward. So thank you for your leadership and your service to our community. Again, that's truly commendable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair, and Mayor share the same sentiments. Thank you for being a servant leader. We all wonder what would happen if we were in those situations, and God, hopefully that we'll have the same courage and conviction that you have in this well. So thank you for all that you continue to do in that situation, but just in general overall, and all to other municipality mayors as well. We're stronger when we compete together as a region when it comes to those things. So thank you for standing strong for Shelby County.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Bradford?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues' sentiments here. Thank you for your service, not only community, but everything you do above and beyond. And our daughters dance at the same studio, so I'll be seeing you at a dance competition this fall, I'm sure.
I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Vice Chair Avant?
Yes, Mayor Eisman, again, congratulations on being recognized for your heroism, but thank you again for your service to this community and on behalf of your citizens. So appreciate what we know could be such a scary situation, but in the way that you went in with courage, we appreciate, but more importantly, your service to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. And thank you again, Mayor, for what you do, for being here today. Thank you to all your colleagues, other mayors from all of our towns here in Shelby County for being here to support it. Just appreciate your commitment to service. So thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Wright. I hope he feels better.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Commissioners, before we go to general comment on the consent agenda, I'd like to pull up the items dealing with the election of the new chair. So the first item we'll take is item 33, and then 27, and then 28. So, Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read into the record item number 33?
Item 33 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 33 is a resolution to approve and set the salary of the chair of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners for the 2025 through 2026 term, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in July 23, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. We need a mover and seconder for item 33. Moved by Commissioner Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item came down without recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Bradford.
Chairman, since we do not have a full complement of commissioners today, I think we're missing Commissioner Wright as he's under the weather. I was going to make a motion to move this item as well as the vote for the chair and vice chair to our next full meeting, just so we have full complement here to discuss that. So I'm putting that motion on the floor.
Okay. Moved by Bradford to defer to August 11th. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Our rules state that this election should happen at the first meeting in July, so we'll need also a motion to suspend the rules to be able to do that. Okay, so Commissioner Bradford's moved to suspend that rule. Commissioner Caswell has also seconded that. Can we suspend that rule without objection? Okay, hearing none. Can we defer to August 11th without objection? All right, hearing none, item 33 is deferred to August 11th. Please read at the same time, if you will, items 27 and 28.
Items 27 and 28 come from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 27 is a resolution electing Commissioner Blank as Chair of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee for a term of 1 year pursuant to Article 2, Section 2.08 of the Shelby County Charter, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in July 23, 2025 committee meeting. Item 28 is a resolution electing Commissioner Blank as Chair pro tempore of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee for a term of 1 year pursuant to Article 2, Section 2.08 of the Shelby County Charter, sponsored by Chair Pro Tempore Shante K. Avant. This item was sent down without recommendation in July 23, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, if we get a mover and seconder on 27 and 28, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks on the committee report.
This item was sit down without recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bradford.
So as per the previous item, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules so that this can be sent to the August 11th meeting.
All right, move to suspend the rule and defer to August 11th, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing none. 27 and 28, we'll go to August 11th commission meeting. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to general comment before we read the consent agenda. If I call your name, please come forward, state your name and address. In general comment, you'll have 3 minutes. First person we have is Joy Layton. All right, good afternoon, welcome, state your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Joy Layton. My address is the Germantown Post Office Box for Memphis Area Beekeeping Association as our business address, and I'm the 2025 president of the Memphis Area Beekeeping Association. Our mission and our passion is to teach people about honeybees and beekeeping, and our board of directors are all volunteers contributing our time to advance that mission. This past February, our board voted down a proposal by an attorney named Jason Whitworth. The goal of this proposal was to attempt to embarrass and shame AgriCenter to back down and to give them bad publicity because they were no longer able to give us free venue space in perpetuity. Now, we had had free venue space for 20 years, but various policies had changed, and AgriCenter in 2024 asked us to begin paying for our monthly meeting venue. We needed time to think things over, so we swarmed as beekeepers to a local church with no intention of any permanent severance from AgriCenter. We just needed some time to think things over and consider various options. We never wanted an antagonistic relationship with AgriCenter, UT Extension, or the Shelby County Commission. Mr. Whitworth was told in March he was to cease sending any letters that implied he represented Memphis Area Beekeeping Association. But on July 7th, I got looped into emails that were being sent to the mayor and 30 other people, in which Mr. Whitworth again appears to be attempting to represent our interest. I responded as a reply that no, our board of directors declined to have any relationship with him and any negative publicity campaign. There's been a lot of misinformation flying around, and the way to have this misinformation fixed is to have our board members meet with the AgriCenter Commission and AgriCenter International in a friendly exchange of information. There's options we've never even had the chance to discuss about these venue issues, and we would love to do it in a spirit without any antagonism. The sooner this meeting could be arranged, the better. And we look forward to these agencies seeing us the real MABA. I could talk for 20 minutes about beekeeping, and I know nobody wants that. Instead, I'm going to force myself to close my comments. Thank you all for listening, and thank you very much, Commissioner Bradford, for alerting me as president of the nonprofit that this was going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Bradford.
Ms. Layton, thank you for coming down today and giving us, correcting the record. We have seen a lot of email traffic on this, so I appreciate you being here. We've seen a lot of email traffic on this, so I thank you for being here to correct the record for us. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bradford. All right, next up we have Keith Watson. Keith Watson. No, all right, Laramie Wheeler. Good afternoon. If you'll state your name and address, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Laramie Wheeler, and I work for Just City, 240 Madison Avenue, Suite 104, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. I'm here today to share more testimonies from individuals currently housed at 201 Poplar. These are accounts that people have entrusted to our broader community through letters, conversations, and repeated reports over time. While these accounts have not been formally adjudicated, the consistency and frequency with which we hear them demand attention. These are not isolated complaints. They are part of a troubling pattern, and they raise serious concerns about the treatment of people in custody, particularly by correctional staff. Medical neglect. Sick call requests are often ignored. The morning nurse reportedly refuses to take them, telling people to wait until the evening. And when someone asks what medication they're being given and why, the nurse can't answer. Inmates are often given the wrong medications as well, ones that might belong to cellmates or somebody in a different pod. Another person has open, bleeding wounds from a serious infection. They are supposed to receive wound care every day, but they don't. The condition has gotten so bad that there's a strong odor. Yet they still don't get the medical supplies they need, not even basic hygiene products. Abuse and retaliation by staff. One individual got sick and vomited in the bathroom. They fell from their wheelchair. A guard accused them of smoking and sprayed them in the face with mace, then dragged them into the day room, threw their wheelchair across the room, and relocated them. Others have tried to file grievances only to face punishment. They are labeled as snitches, locked in hot cells with no airflow, and their fans taken away. Some say their grievances are still sitting uncollected because the door to their cell is kept locked, so they can't even access the grievance box. There are also reports of officers beating people with mental disabilities, especially when they are in crisis, yelling or hitting the walls. Witnesses say that if you watch too closely or speak up, you get threatened as well. The people currently being housed in intake are sleeping on the floors in the showers because there is no room, and they are being maced if they're on the phone for too long or if they're asleep. Violations of state standards. The Tennessee Corrections Institute requires every jail to maintain a 24-hour medical, dental, and mental health plan, and to provide prompt care, regular sick calls, and emergency response. The County Technical Assistance Service reminds counties that they are both constitutionally and legally obligated to meet the medical needs of people in custody. They make it also so clear that grievance procedures must be accessible and retaliation is prohibited. None of that is happening here. In Farmer v. Brennan, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that deliberate indifference to serious harm, including medical harm, violates the Eighth Amendment. An inmate must rely on prison authorities to treat his medical needs. If the authorities fail to do so, those needs will not be met. In the worst cases, such a failure may produce physical torture or a lingering death. The court makes it clear correctional staff may not ignore known risks of harm, but that is exactly what is being described in these testimonies. I hope this body will take these reports seriously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Wheeler, what is the legal recourse for the people experiencing these atrocities? Like, is there anything, you come down like every commission meeting with, you come down with new testimonies each commission meeting, so I'm assuming that this is like, each one of these are new testimonies, and so what's happening from the perspective of Just City, what can happen, like, can you just educate us?
I mean, that's definitely something that Josh could help me answer, but I am really just coming down here to make you all aware. I don't think that this is news at this point, that these things are happening in the jail. And while Just City is very motivated to help make a change, this is your responsibility as well, because these are your constituents. These are your employees of Shelby County, and you are the governing body. And I am the advocacy coordinator, and so my job is to advocate and be a voice and not let it go until something changes. And Just City is definitely ready to help people when we can, but it's also going to require the county to pay attention and step up and make things change.
And just to the chair, it's my understanding that this falls on the purview of the sheriff as the elected official over the over the jail. If you could, I don't know if Director Spickler, if you could just educate us about the process of like what the person's in 201, like what legal recourse. I've always been curious. Unfortunately, the commission will move at the rate of the tort fund. And so if the tort fund is continuing to increase from litigation that we're put into, I think that that's a way that this body will be more activated. It has to become a fiscal thing. So I've never more wanted this body to be sued for our negligence. And so it's just like, I'm just curious, what are we doing? Are people actually being advised on how they can connect to legal counsel? Because it's obvious that they are being treated inhumanely, and I'm just curious if they're being supported legally or if there's any inroad to educate them on how to do that. I've had the opportunity to attend different sessions within 201, and I know from group sessions that people are interested, but it's unclear to me how they're being connected to counsel to be able to follow through with what they would like to do in action.
Yeah, respectfully, I think that a lot of them are doing as much as they can to figure out how to advocate for themselves, whether it's, how can I file a lawsuit or how can I do this or that. But their access to outside is so limited. A lot of them don't get their phone calls on Mondays like they're supposed to. Mail is incredibly, incredibly slow. Their mail will sit in the box for weeks before it's sent out. And so we out here have to do something. And I quoted this in one of the meetings that I came to before, that that neglecting any of these things and not following these parts of the Tennessee Code, inmate safety, medical needs, et cetera, is a Class A misdemeanor. So.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. Commissioner Ford?
Chair, it has nothing to do with the speaker. My question to you is, when would it be appropriate to read a card from the lady that I informed you requested an interpreter? Since we don't have those capabilities, she asked me to read the card out, so.
Yep, sure.
Just
Is
let me know when
it a
it's-
general comment?
It is a general comment.
Okay,
yes.
let me go to the next one, and then we'll take that one right after that. Okay, all right, thank you. Next up, we have Mitchell Leander.
Good morning. My name is Mitchell Leander, and I live at 2175 Poplar Avenue. I'm also here to talk about and share testimonies from individuals currently housed at 201. But first, I wanted to address something asked earlier, which is, what is the legal recourse for these individuals? Well, individuals can bring forth a suit, a civil suit, under 1983, established in Estelle v. Gamble. This requires them to have legal counsel that's willing to represent them through that process. So we're here to talk about what happens before that. And now we can handle this in a systems way before individuals are having to come forward and handle these suits individually. These are accounts that people have entrusted to us, and I'm going to be sharing today. Before I share that, I want to bring attention to something I just talked about, which is what's established in Estelle v. Gamble. In Estelle v. Gamble, almost over 75 years ago, our Supreme Court held that deliberate indifference to the serious medical needs of incarcerated people violates the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. What is happening inside the Shelby County Jail is not only inhumane, it is illegal and it is unconstitutional. Even still, when we get letters, this is what we're being told. The jail's doctor does not perform physical exams, just asks a few questions and sends people back without treatment. A nurse on the morning shift regularly refuses to take a medical sick call request. Despite having severe allergies, individuals are regularly served meals containing these items. Individuals are barely eating, afraid of the food they're being given. Grievous forms are ineffective. By the time they reach the third level, there's no response. People are told they can't appeal the outcome. An individual has been approved for necessary outpatient heart surgery, but the jail has yet to sign off on it, leaving him in limbo. After a hospital stay, that same individual was taken out of his wheelchair and thrown into a cell. He's housed with others who are medically fragile, people missing limbs, people living with colostomy bags, or unable to use their hands, who are receiving no support. So I ask you, commissioners, does this sound like inmates can rely on prison authorities to treat their medical needs? Does this sound like those needs are being met? If not, then we have to hold fast the precedent that Estelle v. Gamble set. That's because Estelle v. Gamble labels these failures to treat and provide adequate medical care as torture or lingering death. They conclude the same thing that we're here today remind you of, that the deliberate indifference to serious medical needs is an unnecessary and wanton infliction of pain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, just a reminder to the audience, once we get into the meeting, so after we've done the resolutions of commendation, To show your support, you can do a thumbs up, or to show disapproval, you can do a thumbs down. Just keep that in mind as we go through tonight. That way, people who are listening at home are able to hear the debate that may be happening amongst us. So thank you all so much. Commissioner Ford, I'll go to you if you want to read that comment into the record.
All right, thank you very much. This comment card comes from Ms. Kiera McGee Ross, address 190 Caldwell Avenue. Ms. Ross, in her written request, is requesting for the county commission for their meetings to have an interpreter due to the ADA Disability Act. She referenced that the city council at their council meetings does have an interpreter present for the meeting, and they also have electronic technology that can be used for the upstairs meetings. She mentioned that she had an IEP for disability. She is deaf and hard of hearing. She also states that when a TCAP for children is distributed, sometimes the resources for those that are deaf and hard of hearing are not proper or they fail. Lastly, she's stating that she would like to see public facilities such as police departments, courts, etc., also have these resources for the purposes of following ADA and disability laws that the federal government has put in. So these are the two cards. I'll go ahead and submit these to you, but I just wanted to make sure that I read her card because she's a constituent just like everybody else, and let's make sure that we treat her as such. Thank you.
All right, yes, thank you, Commissioner Ford. All right, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And we do have a large population of deaf and hard of hearing population here. I know because my school, White Station High School, we attract deaf and hard of hearing from the tri-state area. And even in the classrooms, we're still struggling to get what we need. But it's still no excuse because, you should be able to participate, regardless of your situation. And so to the individual who's here, I just want you to write down my cell number, 901. Oh, she can hear. Is somebody with her? Okay, thank you. 901-292-7968. And I would love to get with you all so that we can create an ordinance to support this because we are in violation of ADA laws. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. All right, Commissioners, we're now going to read through take 3 minutes to look through the consent agenda and see if there are any items that you wish to pull. So we can put 3 minutes on the clock and jump in the queue if there are any items you wish to pull. Yeah, we're going to have to. All right, Commissioner Ford?
I only have one item, number 9, please.
Okay. Commissioner Lowry?
Number 19.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
Number 22 and 25. Numbers, sorry.
22 and 25, okay. All right, Commissioner, so we're going to pull items 9, 19, 22, and 25. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, will you please read the consent agenda with the exception of those items pulled?
Yes, sir. Item 10 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is with Chairman Whaley as acting chair. Item 10 is a resolution approving a contract with Loomis Armored US LLC to provide armored car and safe point services on behalf of the Shelby County Trustee's Office. This contract commences on July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 in an amount not to exceed $177,492.82. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 trustee general funds in an amount not to exceed $132,465.66, Code Enforcement Enterprise Fund in an amount not to exceed $11,520.96, Corrections Center Fund in an amount not to exceed $8,255.56, and Health Services Admin and Finance Fund in an amount not to exceed $25,250.64, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Items 11 through 14 come from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 11 is a resolution to receive and file the trustees' annual report of delinquent tax for the year ended June 30, 2025, in accordance with Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-1903, and to authorize credit be given to the trustee, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 12 is a resolution to receive and file the Shelby County Trustees' annual financial report for the year ended June 30, 2025, in accordance with Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-1902, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 13 is a resolution approving one single-source vendor contract for services related to the trustees' tax collection system for project management and application development services with Risk Analytics LLC in an amount not to exceed $76,500 from July 1, 2025 through October 4, 2025. This contract will be expended against the Capital Improvement Program CIP funds. This item requires expenditure carry forward funds in an total amount not to exceed $76,500, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 14 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office FY 2026 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $300,000 to expend funding made available from the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs, Office of Victims of Crime. This grant is for the period of October 1, 2024 through May 1, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Items 15 through 18 come from the Public Works Committee with Commissioner Mills as Vice Chair. Item 15 is a resolution approving the purchase of gasoline and diesel fuel from Gresham Petroleum Company in an amount of $2,116,193 with a contingency amount of $529,048 for a total not to exceed $2,645,241 for the fiscal year 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Fleet Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $1,845,241 and FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Funds not to exceed $800,000 for total combined expenditures not to exceed $2,645,241, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 16 is a resolution approving contract with Nixon General Contractors, Inc. for construction of the Big Creek Park Phase 2B Jones Boyd Trail Development Package as part of the National Disaster Resilience Competition Grant in the amount of $2,438,411 with an extra work allowance of $243,841.10 for a total appropriation not to exceed $2,682,252.10. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Federal Housing and Urban Development Funds in an amount not to exceed $2,682,252.10, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 17 is a resolution approving the purchase of automotive parts and supplies from Genuine Parts Co. DBA Napa in an amount not to exceed $225,000 and from Union Auto Parts in an amount not to exceed $75,000. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 Fleet Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $300,000, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 18 is a resolution approving the purchase of replacement tires and the tire services from Southern Tire Mart LLC in the amount not to exceed $100,000, Stapleton Tire Company in the amount not to exceed $115,000, and Memphis Tire Recyclers LLC in an amount not to exceed $10,000 for combined total amount not to exceed $225,000 for the fiscal year 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 Fleet Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $75,000 and FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Funds in an amount not to exceed $150,000 for a total of combined expenditures not to exceed $225,000, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Items 20, 21, and 23 come from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 20 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 21 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds to the United States Postal Service in an amount not to exceed $1 million for Shelby County Government Support Services for fiscal year 2026, ending June 30th, 2026. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in an amount not to exceed $1 million, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 23 is a resolution receiving and following the notice of vacancy created by the retirement of the Honorable Phyllis B. Gardner, General Sessions Civil Court Judge for Division 2, effective September 1, 2025, setting August 8, 2025 as the application deadline, setting August 20, 2025 as the date to interview candidates, and August 25, 2025 as the date for appointing an interim judge. Authorizing the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners to publish notice of appointment and requesting the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to conduct a background check on all candidates for said vacancy. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley. Item 24 comes from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee with Commissioner Wright as Vice Chair. Item 24 is a resolution approving a 3-year lease agreement between Corsair Boulevard LLC and Shelby County Government on behalf of the Shelby County Fire Department for 5,113 square feet of office space located at 7740B Trinity Road, Suite 117, Cordova, Tennessee 38018 for the term beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2028, with an option to extend the lease on a month-to-month basis for up to additional 3 months in an amount not to exceed $94,590.50 for the FY 2026, with a total contract amount not to exceed $291,441. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 enterprise funds in the amount of $94,590.50, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, we're also going to pull item number 20, even though that was read. So the items that are pulled are 9, 19, 20, 22, and 25. Madam Clerk, will you please prepare the screen to vote on the remaining consent agenda items that have not been pulled? Sorry, we need a mover and seconder for the consent agenda. Moved by Commissioner Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. All right, we can take it to a vote. Okay, we can close the screen and tally the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 11 aye votes.
All right. Consent agenda passes. Commissioners, we're going to call up item number 19. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 19.
Item 19 comes from the Education Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 19 is a resolution aligning the elections, terms of office, and term limits of the Shelby County Board of Education with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners pursuant to TCA Section 49-2-201, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner McWright, and Commissioner Amber Mills.
All right, item 19, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Ford. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, can we have? Okay, so item number 19 came with a favorable recommendation. Commissioner Brooks? You're good for now? Okay. All right, well, I'm going to, Commissioner Caswell?
Yeah, I wanted to know, I know that it was questions being brought on this particular item about the legality of it on the term limit. I was just wondering with the county attorney through the chair, if we got any clarity on that. I know that Commissioner Brooks had brought another resolution and there was some questions about that. I was just wondering if we had an opportunity to get any clarity on the legality of this as it is.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I think the discussion that occurred on Wednesday surrounded a 1992 amendment to the overall statute. For clarity, the statute as amended in 2025 is what was authorizing the implementation of alignment of terms and term limits. The item before you is consistent with the authority granted in that new law and is available for you all to vote on today.
And I just want to add to this is that as I truly ponder on this, as I truly support what Commissioner Brooks was bringing, I know that that's on down the line with the term, in part because when I think about my vote for Justin Pearson after the state chose to kick him out along with his colleague, and the frustration I felt that the people have voted into office, we decided to go against, or they decided to go against the people vote. And then I had to make the decision whether I was going to stick with the people on that vote. And here today, I'm asked to be where people just elected individuals. And when I look at my emails and look at what I have, the calls that I have received, whether from people in my district or around the support of this or lack of support, I don't see the numbers to the level that we shouldn't be taking this to the people for a vote. I support term limits. I support recall. I think those things most definitely need to be put in place. I just think that the people should have a voice on this, especially with the fact that they're going to be asked again to come out to vote for these individuals next year or not. It may pass, may not pass, but I just can't support it in good conscience, knowing whether I supported the people's voices when they wanted to send Justin Pearson back after the people voted him into office. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some comments since my colleague has raised a couple of issues and has called my name in reference to this. I think the time is appropriate for me to make those comments. And certainly I will give a copy of my comments to the minute clerk because this is for the record, officially for the record. I have serious concerns about the lawfulness of the resolution that my colleagues are proposing today. Article 11, Section 9 of the Tennessee Constitution quite clearly states that the General Assembly shall have no power to pass a special, local, or private act having the effect of removing the incumbent from any municipal or county office or abridging the term or altering the salary prior to the end of the term for which that public office was elected. I raised this concern last week. You all heard me. And to date, no one has provided any defense of the constitutionality of the resolution under this section. I think we all understand that should we pass this resolution today, a majority of the current Shelby County Board of Education would have their terms abridged. I do not see how this passes constitutional muster. Further, Article 11, Section 9 says that any act of the General Assembly provide or private or local, in form or in effect, applicable to a particular county or municipality, either in its governmental or proprietary capacity, shall be void and of no effect unless the act by its terms either requires the approval of a 2/3 vote of the local legislative body or the municipality or county, or requires approval in an election by a majority of those voting in said election. Senate Bill 1336 as passed by the General Assembly requires no such language. Not only is the act of the General Assembly seemingly unconstitutional in its implementation through the proposed resolution, but it also appears to be facially invalid under Article 11, even if the terms of the board members are not abridged. If the reasoning that my colleagues set forth in support of this resolution, that non-staggered aligned terms drive voter turnout and engagement, and term limits ensure fresh ideas and approaches to the direction of the school district, then those same considerations should apply universally to all school districts within our jurisdiction, not just Memphis and Shelby County schools. The arguably discriminatory intent and effect of the proposed resolution give me further concern. We should be cautious in moving forward today with any such actions that we know are subject to such constitutional challenges. Knowingly affirming actions that I highly suspect we will have difficulty defending under the Constitution is unfair to not only those on the school board who, like us, were elected to represent their respective districts by their constituents, but to all of the citizens of Shelby County who could also bear the cost of their actions here, of our actions here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Chair. I know you probably have a plethora of comment cards regarding this as well.
Yep.
And so again, in light of what Commissioner Brooks has brought up, I'm going to make a motion. I know a lot of people want to be heard here, so to make sure that we're all on the same page, I have some questions from legality issues and everything else. I'd love to hear also the opinion from the board if their general counsel wants to weigh in as well. So my motion is going to be to defer this item to make sure we get that information if that's the will of this body, but I definitely want to acquiesce and hear all the comment cards that you may have in front of you. So that's my motion on the table. Up to you to how you want to handle it.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll come back because I probably want to go through the cards first, and then we can come back to that motion. I think that's fair. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, and then we're gonna work through the comment cards.
Yes, I just want to state this. I want to first welcome all the school board members and State Representative Hardaway. And I know people are listening on both sides of the equation. And I agree with my colleague, we need to defer it. Because what I would like to see from my hearing from my constituents is that maybe, I do not think it's in our purview to do what we're doing going down this road, in the sense that there are elected officials, Having said that, I still think that there's opportunity for the school board and the commission to come together, and that's what the state wants to see. I also think that it should be up to the electorate to determine the course. And so I think that we need to have more discussion. I do want to hear from the public. I do want to hear from the school board members as well. And again, I just want to say this as well. The state is watching us. And we don't want to take over, and we want to work together with the school board. I just want to make that very clear. And so I think there needs to be some more conversation. And I agree with Commissioner Brooks in the sense that, one elected body cannot tell another elected body what to do, in the sense. Just like, for example, in Wanda Halbert, I had constituents, for example, to contact me and say, you should have voted such a way. And I explained my position. And again, it's a slippery slope, because if we had, did what some of my colleagues want to do, where will it stop? I know there are individuals, who want to come after my brother, Judge Sugarman. They want to come after the DA. They want to come after the commission. So we've got to be very, very careful. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we are following the wishes of the state. And we may say, well, they can't tell us what to do, but they hold a lot of the purse strings as well. And so I just want to put that out there. I am very open, but I do want to state this for the record. We need to show a pathway. We've got to show a pathway. Otherwise, we're doomed for a takeover. But I don't want to take the citizens' rights as far as disenfranchising them as well. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. And also echo my colleagues in saying thank you for all those who are here on this item. We're going to work through these comment cards. We have a large number of public comment on this. So in order to ensure that we get to everyone, each individual speaking time will be a minute and a half. So that'll go by quickly. So make sure that you're succinct with what your position is, whether you're for it, against it, have any ideas or concepts. So make sure that you're ready to give that comment here today. So when I call your name, you can come down, state your name and address, and we'll, for each speaker, we'll do a minute and a half. The first comment, and also as people are coming down to speak, make sure that we are conscious of decorum, and any conversations that we have can be heard on the microphone. So we want to make sure that we have these comments for the record. So if you agree with it, thumbs up. If you disagree with it, a thumbs down. That'll be very helpful. All right, next, first person we have is Marcus Randolph.
Marcus Randolph, 2797 East Hickory Bluff, Memphis, Tennessee. As far as the school takeover, we've already done that. That's already done. We already got the law passed in Nashville, so that's not a big deal. Also, it's probably bad to use Mr. Caswell to use Justin, because they kicked him out and people re-voted him back in. Yes, they re-voted him back in, just with him and Justin Smith too, right? The reason the state is looking at us right now is because of that school board. Period. No ifs, ands, no buts about it. Because of how we were treated as constituents, parents, grandparents, and people in general. And even when I stood in this room right here, Miss Brooks, who just ran out of here, said, and I'll never forget it, useful fools. We still useful now? Fools? That attitude, that way of leading, got Memphis on their radar. And these useful fools went to work.
All right, thank you, Mr. Randolph. Next, we have Latasha Griggs. Please correct me. State your name and address, minute and a half.
Latasha Griggs, 1095 Bama. Well, clearly we could tell there's friends with benefits up here. I mean, it's right there. You all, as the commission, we as a community, we pay taxes. That means we pay you all salary and we pay this board salary. This board is very incompetent, not responsible. They don't work, they don't listen to us. If they don't listen to us, who will listen to us? Who do we talk to that would listen to us? Because clearly they didn't listen. They didn't care about nothing we had to say. But the first thing come out their mouth is, it's about the kids. How's it about the kids if you make a statement, whether you playing or not, but saying that, hey, I moved dope. What? That's creating a pipeline to jail for these children. So I'm for term. You all got term. Why they can't have term? They need term just like y'all. They don't get a chance to sit back and stay in their seats and be comfortable. Yet y'all term up and y'all got to go. They got to roll too. He do too. Have a nice one.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Sarah Carpenter Owens.
Sarah Carpenter, 2130 Curry Avenue. I just want y'all to know I support Tory Harris's bill that he brought before you all. Y'all know what it is. I don't even have to stand up here a minute and a half. And I gotta address my own commissioner, and she know who she is, Commissioner Brooks. You built a park 2 doors from my house. The swings are broke, the grass is overgrown, and you get up here and say you 75 years old. If you're too old to be here, go home.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those with using the nonverbals. All right, next up we have Malaysia Pete.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Malaysia Pete, and I'm in 11th grade. I'm a student living in District 3. I live 7537 US 64 Memphis, 38133. I may only be 16 years old, but I already understand that the people who make decisions for our schools have a big impact on our lives. Whether it's about what we learn, the conditioning of our school buildings, or even how safe and support we feel each day. That's why I'm speaking out today to ask for something simple but important. Term limits for school board members. Right now, some school board members can stay in power for years and years, sometimes even decades. And while experience is valuable, leadership that can never change can get too comfortable. It can stop listening to students, parents, teachers, and it will stop growth.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pete. Next up we have Ladarlis Hunt. Ladarius? Is it Ladarius?
Yes.
Okay, state your name and address.
Ladarius Hunt, 3725 Ladue Street. I am a current resident in District 8 at Ladue Street, where I've grown and witnessed firsthand how our schools shape our futures. I'm a current 12th grade senior, and I am asking for term limits for the school board. Limits help bring fresh voices into leadership, while experience matters, so does innovation. As I prepare to graduate and begin a new chapter, I want to ensure the challenges I face in our school system don't continue for the next generation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up we have Zermaine Lampkin.
Good evening. My name is Zermaine Lampkin. I live at 3711 Austin P. Highway. I believe that this resolution is necessary because we need leadership at our school board that we can trust, who are making important decisions around education. Education matters in our life. We also need leaders that we can look up to, and We seriously lack that example in the people on our school board now. Lastly, we need this resolution passed as a investment in our future going forward, please. Like my dad, when he know he messed up, he'll go back and redo it and make sure that it's right. Charles Lampkin, my dad. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Tranisha Lowry.
Tranisha Lowry, 553 Levert. I am here today not only as a resident, but as a mother. My 5-year-old daughter, Riley Lowry, is entering kindergarten this fall. And like every parent, I want her to have the best possible start in life. But I'm standing here today because I'm concerned. Concerned that if we don't make changes, she'll grow up facing the same challenges I've seen many students in our communities face. Iniquities, underrepresentation, and a lack of accountability. These are not new problems, but they shouldn't be our children's future. That's why I'm calling for term limits for our school board. No one should hold on to power, especially when fresh ideas and new leadership are urgently needed. Our schools, our children, and our families evolve, and so should the people that represent us. I don't want my daughter to grow up in a system where leadership gets stagnant, where community voices are drowned out, or where the same problems keep cycling through generation after generation. I want her to know that when we see a problem, we fix it. We speak up, and most importantly, we act. So I'm speaking up today, not just for my child, but for every child in this district across the entire city of Memphis.
All right, thank you. Next up, Notoria Carpenter.
Natoria Carpenter, 1637 Britton. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here today speaking on behalf of a community have grown frustration, unheard, and ready for change. For too long, we have watched our school board operate with little accountability. The people we elect to serve our students and families have remained in power for decades. Yet real lasting change has been slow and non-existent. We respect public service, but public service should not be a lifetime appointment. That's why many in our community support the measure to establish term limits for school board members and place them on the ballot for 2026. This is not about politics. It's about progress. It's about ensuring that fresh perspectives and energy have a chance to step forward. Some may not be happy with this proposal, especially those who have power. For a long time, but the people are ready. We want transparency, we want accountability, and we want the opportunity for change. People do what's right and support this resolution. It's not about Dr. Fagan. I'm sick of hearing the people, the empower, and the people that arrive say that. This been a problem before Dr. Fagan. And if we continue with the same cycle, it's going to be a problem after Dr. Fagan. It's time for change. We ain't finna keep playing these political games. And you know what? And yeah, y'all talk about that Dr. Fagan take a seat. We going to take seats.
All right, thank you. Okay. Remember that please use the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Commissioner Sugarman, I see you're in the queue. We're still working through these. Okay. All right, next up, Danisha Fields.
Good evening, Danisha Fields, 1637 Britton Street. I work in District 7, but I live in District 10. And not to repeat anything that has already been said, this issue is not just a Memphis issue. It's not just a Shelby County issue. It's not a Tennessee issue. This is a United States issue. So I'm in favor of this resolution, but I do challenge you to make a change to include all of Shelby County, not just limited to Memphis-Shelby County Schools, because it's bigger than Memphis-Shelby County Schools. And I don't see what the issue is about the staggering, changing it to everyone doing it at the same time, because what's the problem? Who is benefiting from it being stagnant? Because that's what our system is right now, stagnant. I agree with Ms. Lowry. We do need innovation. We have to motivate people to want to vote, because right now, that's why voter turnout is so low, because people are discouraged that their vote doesn't matter. This resolution could address that along with so many other issues, and it's just the start. We have a system problem. It's not a people problem. People, part of the system makes it the system problem, but that's what we need to address, and this is the beginning. This is only one beginning, one war to one battle.
All right, thank you. Next up, Catherine Watson.
Catherine Watson, 5858 Airline Road, Arlington, Tennessee, 38002. Chairman and members of Shelby County Board of Commissioners, my name is Catherine Watson, and I reside in District 1. I am here today to express my strong support for the implementation of term limits for Memphis-Shelby County Schools board members. Our children deserve leadership that is both responsive and reflective of the evolving needs of our diverse communities. Term limits can help ensure that new perspectives and innovative ideas are consistently brought to the table. I appreciate my commissioner has demonstrated a commitment to listening to and advocating for her constituents. I urge the commission to support policies that promote transparency, accountability, and student-focused governance within MSCS. Term limits are a practical step toward achieving the goal. Let me be clear, this is not a call to ban current or future members from continued service. Rather, we are asking that after a reasonable number of terms, school board members be required to run for their seat again, allowing constituents the opportunity to reaffirm or reconsider their representation. This promotes accountability while respecting the voice of the voters. Shelby County has precedent for implementing term limits in other local governing bodies. Tennessee Code Annotated Section 5-1-210 grants counties the authority to establish term limits for elected officials through a charter or by private act. We urge you to consider exercising that authority to promote transparency and protect the integrity of the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Jordan Johnson.
Jordan Johnson, 10199 Sterling Ridge Drive, Cordova, Tennessee. Good evening. My name is Jordan, and I stand before you not just as a former MSCS student, but as someone who deeply believes in the power of public service and the responsibility that it comes with. As a member of Accountability Coalition of Transformation, we believe that accountability begins with us, the people. Today, we are here to speak out against allowing consecutive term limits for Memphis-Shelby County school leadership positions, a policy that risks putting our children's system on autopilot while students, teachers, and families faces real challenges every day. Why should we allow someone to sit in leadership for nearly a decade before being held accountable by the people? 8 years is not a term, it's an era. Too much can go wrong, too much can be ignored, and too many voices can be silenced in that time. We're not anti-leadership, we're pro-accountability. And we're not here to divide, we're here to demand transparency, responsiveness, and integrity from those entrusted with our children's future. Let's not let power grow stagnant or detached. Let's make our school system stronger by ensuring regular reflection, real accountability, and renewed vision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Kamaya Sample.
Hello, my name is Kamaya Sample, 567 Jefferson Avenue, 38105, and I volunteer with several youth development organizations, My passion for helping our youth led me here today. Over the years, the way our local schools are ran has changed a lot, but one problem has stayed the same. Fewer and fewer people are voting in school board elections, especially when they happen by themselves. That 13% turnout in August 2024 isn't just a fluke. It's part of a worrying trend. This low turnout makes you wonder if the school board truly represents everyone when so few people voted for them. We can't let the future of our kids' education be decided by such a small group of people. This plan is a smart way to fix this problem. By moving these elections, we're putting them at a time when we know more people go to the polls. It's not just about getting more votes. It's about making people feel more connected to the important choices that our school board makes. It's about updating our election process so our schools are truly ran by the will of the Shelby County. Let's support this and make sure our school board elections are strong and fair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, Chelsea Traylor.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Traylor. As a proud Memphian who volunteers with several community organizations, I feel it's my duty to be an advocate for my community. I'm here today as a member of the newly formed Accountability Coalition for Transformation, or ACT, where we firmly believe that accountability starts with us. As stated before, this plan has support from both sides. Commissioners Thornton, Wright, and Chairman Whately are all behind it. That shows that this issue isn't about politics, but it's about what's best for our kids and their education. Groups like Memphis Lift and ACT are pushing for this because they know it will make a big difference for our schools. Our coalition is dedicated to promoting transparency and responsible governance within MSCS and the broader educational system. We understand that when more people vote, we get a stronger school board that has to answer to us. While some people might still be talking about old issues, like what happened with Superintendent, Marie Fagans, this plan is about looking to the future. It's not about changing the past, but making a better future for our schools. By putting all 9 board seats on the November 2026 ballot, we're sending a clear message. Running our schools is important to everyone in Shelby County, and everyone deserves a real chance to help decide who does it. This plan is a smart way to help people learn more about candidates, get better leaders, and make sure our school board is truly accountable to us.
All
Let's
right.
work together.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my bad.
Yep, that's all right.
Y'all
Thank
have a
you.
good
Next up, we have Representative Hardaway, Gia Hardaway.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm not here to debate whether there should or shouldn't be term limits. I am here to ask you to consider deferring this until I issued a request for an AG opinion from Tennessee Attorney General Skrmetti, and you should have a copy where the questions have been presented. I asked for an expedited opinion, and I'll be glad to answer questions on whether I believe you're moving in a constitutional manner or whether your objective is constitutional. With that, Mr. Chairman, if there are questions, I'll be happy to respond.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Representative Hardaway. Very helpful. As you may have heard earlier, there was an intended motion by Commissioner Lowry to do just that, to defer this item. But what I wanted to do is go through all of the public comment cards that we have. So it's possible we may have some additional questions, but we will intend to bring that motion up as soon as we give an opportunity for the public to speak. So if you're able to stick around just for a little bit longer, we can see if there's any additional questions. But this is quite helpful to be able to see.
Sir, I was supposed to be in Nashville today.
Okay.
I'm here and at your disposal.
Okay, all right. Well, we're just getting this document. We'll see if any questions come up through the process. Thank you, Representative Hardaway. Next up, we have Coyote Carter.
Hello, my name is Coyote Carter. I reside at 6690 East Quailbrook Cove. My name is Coyote Carter, and I stand before you today not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone who deeply cares about the future of our children in Memphis and Shelby County. I am here to urge you to vote in favor of term limits for our school board members. Why? Because accountability matters. Right now, we have board members who have held their seats for years, some for decades, without producing meaningful results for our students. Our children are struggling, our schools are underperforming, and families are losing trust in the system that's supposed to serve them. Let's be honest. The recent firing of the superintendent wasn't just chaotic. It was a disgrace. The lack of transparency, the political posturing, the dysfunction. It painted a picture to the rest of the country that our school system is being run like a circus instead of a serious institution responsible for the education of our youth. This board has failed to prioritize our children. They have failed to collaborate. They have failed to lead. And when leaders fail, they should be held accountable at the ballot box, just like every other elected official.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Renee Smith.
Good evening. My name is Renee Smith. I live at 3155 Signal Street, 38127. And in all due respect, I think some of you all are switching places with the school board members, and that's why you're feeling like you're feeling. I want you to keep Representative Tory Harris's agenda without any changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Cheryl Kritz.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Piggy Cright, 856 Faxon, County District 8, School Board District 1. Thank you for offering your service for public. I do understand that this is a tedious job, and I applaud you for stepping up. We elected you to make the best decision for our community based upon the facts that have been presented. We elected the Memphis Shelby County School Board to make the best decisions based on the facts that were presented to them. Somewhere along the way, a disconnect has occurred that has allowed people that do not have the love for our community, much less the love for our children, have an active voice in what transpires in our community. The decisions of late have not been reflective of what is best for our community. Truth be told, both governing bodies have made jacked up decisions. With that being said, I am in favor of term limits beginning with the next election cycle along with staggered terms. Having to shorten the terms of the most recent school board members is disrespectful for their work, agreeing with their decision is mute. They campaigned and worked on the premise of serving a 4-year term. Anything short of that is a disservice to the community that elected them, regardless as to how you may feel. Respectfully, I ask that you remove your biases and remove those parties that do not have a vote or a voice in what happens in our community from the equation and do what is best for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Hope Butterfield.
Hi, Hope Butterfield, 5590 Queens Ring Cove, 38125. I'm a member of District 12. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution. This is not about removing anyone from office. This resolution simply gives the public the opportunity to have their say. Every current board member will have that same opportunity to run again, hold their seat if they so choose. If the people choose, the people will decide, as they should. Some have said that this cuts term short. Let's not forget that this board showed no hesitation in cutting short the superintendent's time to make change. And many in our community are still waiting to see meaningful progress from this board as well. Voters deserve the chance to hold everyone accountable. Let's be honest, this resolution also comes from a group that has already voted no confidence in this board. This didn't happen lightly. I know that. I was here. It came after years of frustration, unmet promises, and a lack of urgency in delivering for students and families. Aligning election cycles makes sense. It increases turnout, reduces costs, and ensures that more voices are heard in choosing who represents our children. And while we're talking about accountability, term limits also help. Fresh perspectives, new energy help move our schools and our city forward. At the end of the day, this resolution is about strengthening democracy and putting students and families first. Our children deserve a school board that truly reflects the voice of the people, and that starts with making sure those voices are heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Jalen Griggs. Okay, that's all right. We'll come back. Kamala Hunt.
Camilla Hunt, 3725 Ladue, 38127. My name is Camilla Hunt, and I'm a proud parent of a 12th grader living in District 8. I'm standing before you today because I believe it's time for accountability and a fresh leadership on Memphis or Shelby County School Board. Our children's future are too important. Term limits will ensure new ideas, renewed energy, and a true reflection of the community's evolving needs. I'm asking this commission to stand with parents like me and vote for term limits for the Memphis Shelby County School Board because our kids deserve a leadership that's not only elected but also held to a standard of time and progress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Stephanie Love. All right, Board Member Love.
If it pleases this session, I'm going to defer my time to Natalie McKinney. You have a problem with that?
I do have a card for Ms. McKinney, so that's okay. Let me read that one. All right, Natalie McKinney.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Commissioners. I would like to first say that I do not think we disagree with the idea that community gets to decide whether we have term limits. I believe that we are saying that that needs to be done in a correct way. Your seats were put up for term limits, I believe, in 2009, and that was done by referendum. So the community got to make the choice as to whether you all would have term limits. The same thing happened with the city council. So I think we all want to know why that would be any different for this particular elected body. So again, today I rise not just to oppose a resolution that seeks to cut short the terms of duly elected school board members under the guise of reform, but to refocus this conversation on what's truly at stake, our children's access to quality, equitable education. Memphis Shelby County Schools serves 105,000 students. 94% are Black, Hispanic, or Native American. According to the University of Memphis Poverty Fact Sheet, child poverty of Shelby County is 29%, but 39% for Black children and 26% for Hispanic children. Nearly 2/3 of poor children here are Black and brown. Add to this the economic gap that Black households in Shelby County earn 52% of what white households earn. That poverty doesn't stop at the doorstep. It walks with our students into the classroom every single day. It affects the readiness to learn and their ability to thrive. It affects attendance, readiness, and outcomes.
All right, thank you so much. Next
And
up,
she-
we have one of your
She asked to defer, so I wanted to do my time as well, if I may. And I think you gave her that opportunity. I have a card. I think you just did. I think we misunderstood. Did we misunderstand?
Okay, so that we don't normally do that, but I think in this case that's fine. So yeah, we'll put another. So you'll get another minute and a half.
Thank you.
But I've never done that before, but we're gonna in this case allow it.
I appreciate
so
it.
we'll put another minute and a half on the clock.
Thank you. This isn't new because in 2015, over 80% of our students were classified as economically disadvantaged, that they faced and continue to face chronic underfunding and unequal resources. We asked them to meet the same standards as wealthier peers, but we deny them the tools to do it. That's not just inequity, it's systemic injustice. That same year, we filed a funding lawsuit to challenge this injustice, but just as we are fighting for the fair resources right now, the state quietly redefined economically disadvantaged. As a result, the number of students identified as economically disadvantaged dropped by 20 points, from 80% to 60%, not because poverty disappeared, but because the definition changed. The result, even less funding for those who need it most. And now we face another policy maneuver, one that again prioritizes politics over people. The proposed resolution to cut short elected school board terms is likely unconstitutional. Under Article 11, Section 9 of the Tennessee Constitution, the General Assembly is prohibited from passing any local or private act that removes an elected official, shortens their term, or changes their salary. The current resolution relies on an unconstitutional law. You simply cannot legally cut short the terms of elected officials. More than a legal issue, this is a community issue, voice issue. It disrespects the will of the community, of the voters, and destabilizes school governance at a time when our students need stable, focused, and experienced leadership. Let's be clear. This isn't about cost savings or voter turnout. It appears to be political retaliation, a punitive and undemocratic move that undermines the very people who represent our children. Our community doesn't need more power grabs. It needs a commission that protects democracy, upholds the law, and puts the well-being of students above politics. If we want our students to show up ready to learn, we must show up for them with adequate funding, steady leadership, an unwavering request for democratic principles. Anything less is a failure of adult responsibility.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McKinney. Just a reminder to the audience that when people are speaking at the microphone, we need to make sure that there's no noise in the chambers, because that affects people not only that are here that can't hear the conversation, but people who are listening online. So I ask everyone who's here to show respect by either doing a thumbs up or a thumbs down, no matter where you stand on this issue. I understand it's a hot issue, but if we can just try to maintain that, I think we'll be able to get through it. Thank you, Board Member McKinney. The next person on our list is Board Member Sabalote. You have the floor. We'll put a minute and a half.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Commissioner Sabalote, speaking today as a school board member, voter, educator, and a concerned citizen strongly opposed to the proposed changes to our school board elections. Let's be honest, this is a power grab, not a reform. It's not driven by public need or sound policy, but by dissatisfaction with recent decisions made by a duly elected board. Cutting our term short just 1 year after voters chose us is unjust and likely unconstitutional. It disrespects the will of the people and opens the door to costly lawsuits. Some supporters claim this will save money and boost turnout, but the school board races aren't the issue. Countywide elections will still happen, and real turnout solutions involve voter education, not consolidating all races at once. This isn't a disagreement. It's a part of a broader pattern of stripping power from local voices, particularly Black voters. When outcomes aren't favorable, some want to change the rules. That's not democracy. Instead, I urge you, and thank you, Commissioner Brooks, I urge you to support the amendment, which focuses solely on term limits, something that many of us support without dismantling our electoral process. Let's keep the power where it belongs. And that's what the people The democratic process is sacred. We don't just participate in it, we defend it. And I am truly counting on each of you to defend it too. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Board Member Ote. Next, we have Willie Simon.
Good afternoon, Chair Whaley. I'm Willie Simon and Commissioners. I'm Willie Simon. I'm Chair of the Shelby County Democratic Party. And can I have every member of the Democratic Party to stand, please? And I think it's more people than that because everybody that votes Democrat in this room is part of the Democratic Party. So if you could please stand as well, because I'm going to speak on your behalf. So what I like to say is that one of our focuses should be on democracy. The whole reason that we're here, the whole reason why you sit where you sit, is based on democracy. So we all think we heard each and every group that got up here. One group said that we want term limits, and I heard the group that they're saying that need term limits say they're okay with term limits. So I think that's what we need to focus, term limits. But the more sinister thing that's behind this is there's a move to actually terminate tenure. And so if we don't see what the most sinister thing is to terminate the tenure of elected officials, we need to get ourselves behind something and start looking at what the law says and make sure that we don't put ourselves on the wrong side of history by setting a precedent that will be used for every elected body in Shelby County after this one. So as we ponder these things, I want you guys to consider that as you make your vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simon. Next up, we have Brandon Washington.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Washington, 1851 Keltner Circle. Now, before I got here today, I had a whole speech prepared. I wrote it down earlier today, and I prepared it to speak to you all. But as someone who will be serving on this body next year, I decided to listen, especially to someone who had an opposite opinion than me. After hearing her out, I understand why some have concerns. I still hold firm the belief that this school board has strayed far from some of the promises they made to the people. However, I don't think this is the best way to go about getting them out of office. I worry that this will allow the state to think they can come in and shorten the terms of other elected officials, namely you all, the city council, and the tens of other elected officials that we vote on. I think that school board member McKinney made a good point. We should put this on the ballot so the people get to vote on it. Term limits are important and makes it so we are getting new ideas to solve new problems. And we should allow the people to decide that. Give the people the opportunity to decide how the system is built to create the sustainability so our system isn't open to getting taken over. And lastly, to hold our elected officials accountable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Anita Tai.
Hello, my name is Anita Tai. I live at 3246 Shannon Circle in District 9, zip code 38118. My organization I represent is the community and the parent and grandparents of the children. I support the election term limits for 2026 and one election cycle. Also, our kids, want to represent our kids because they are embarrassed about the board that decided that they wanted to fire Dr. Fagans, and the board didn't think about the kids when they let that happen. This board is embarrassing, and we need a change for our kids. The people and kids need a voice that shows integrity and respect.
All right, thank you. Next up, Judy Brown.
Good evening. My name is Judy Brown of 5672 Tulip Hill Drive, 38135, District 6, and District 3 School Board member, where a fresh voice is needed. I support the term limits and the election cycle reform. With the current election cycle, only 10.53 of the community voted. And they voted this current school board that we have. I'm asking that with a new election cycle reform and with all of the news of the school board's action in the local news, regional, state, national, global, that a new election cycle reform is needed to give the community commissioners a chance to do it all over again and elect the school board members who are qualified, not just there for position and power, but who are qualified, have integrity, have tact, good verbal communicational skills, be fair and objective, not listening and letting other people plant seeds of mischief in their ear. We need new school board members who will make our community proud and not make our community hang our heads in shame.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Rachel Spriggs. Ms. Spriggs. All right, good afternoon.
I'm good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm certain that everyone in here.
Just state your name and address
Rachel
for the record.
Spriggs, 440 North McNeil, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. All right, I'm certain that everyone in this room is here for this agenda item. Is here because they care about kids. They're here because they care about children. But one of the things that concerns me is when I think about the scripture that talks about looking at the speck of sawdust that is in your brother's eye and paying no attention to the plank in your own eye. This governing body has not made all of the right decisions per your constituents. But we don't get mad and get emotional and try to come up with things to just remove you anyway. The two individuals, Whaley and Thornton, I know that they care about children. They both are former school teachers. However, your politics is what's concerning me right now. The term limits are in order. Nobody needs to be in the seat too long. But the rest of this bill, the rest of this agenda item is concerning because it is the very reason that you are able to, it undermines the very reason that you are able to sit in the seats that you're sitting in and making the decisions that you're making. And so if we care about democracy, if we care about it, then we got to care about it all the time. We don't make it fit our agenda. And I ask you all to reconsider certain parts of this legislation.
All right, thank you. We're going to go back to Jalen Griggs. He's back in.
Hey, how you doing? Good afternoon. My name is Jalen Griggs, and I live at 1095 Belmont Avenue And I believe this resolution is necessary because we need trustworthy leaders on our school board who will make good decisions for our education. And two, we need leaders who are good role models and will inspire us to succeed. And three, passing this resolution will help us build a better community and future for ourselves and others. Please support this resolution because our parents is tired. We just want change, and it's like they don't. I know you guys want it, but we want something better for us, for our kids and grandkids. Thank you for your time.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right, Commissioners, before we get too deep into discussion, I want to revisit the motion that Commissioner Lowry had just to see where we're at before we go down a path of intense discussion and then bring up the motion. So Commissioner Lowry, if you want to be specific of what it is, and then we'll see if we can get that on the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Yep, the motion is to defer this, and I'll need some help with the dates, but defer this to our next committee meeting.
Okay, so August 6th.
August 6th, the first of the August 6th meeting, to give us opportunity to hopefully have some in-depth conversations around the opinions that Representative J. Harder brought up as well, that opinion, as well as our legal counsel, and hopefully, if they choose to, hear from the school board's legal counsel as well.
Okay, so Commissioner Lowry's made a motion to refer to August 6th. That's next Wednesday. Does he have a second? So a second of Vice Chair Avant. Is there any objection to that? Okay, so there's an objection, so we'll now be on discussion on the motion to defer. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Okay, the reason why I'm objecting because I had a friendly motion that I would like to entertain.
Okay, you can
Okay,
share
so
that.
thank you. And so listening to the speakers, I agree that we do need term limits. My concern is the democratic process. We have individuals who recently were elected. And so my hopefully friendly, motion would be just take out a few words, which says with the next election cycle, just be placed next with the 2030 election cycle.
So, Commissioner Sugarman, what I think and we actually may need Representative Hardaway for this, may be helpful to help us solve this, is that what is being requested is an Attorney General's opinion on the constitutionality of not only what was passed by the General Assembly, but our implementation of it. So I think as I read the motion from Commissioner Lowry is to ensure that no matter how this is worded, that we don't it's not immediately out of line or out of order. So we're clear about whether it can be implemented or not. There's clear questions that have come up today, I think, no matter where you stand on this, of the constitutionality. And so what Representative Hardaway's done for us, which is ask an opinion of the Attorney General of the state, that we expect, and thank you for requesting that that's expedited. But the goal, as I understand it from the referral, is that we can get those questions answered so we know exactly what we are voting on, and we are specific about whether it's an alignment with not only Tennessee law, but the Constitution.
And so, having said that, then also I wanted to make sure that we include, for example, the next election cycle and also 2030, because that does make a difference. I talked to the attorney as far as the process. So I also want to make sure that when we talk to the Attorney General, that we include what if we send it to the next election cycle
Okay.
since the state has put this in law.
Okay, I think that's a fair question.
Okay.
I would request Representative Hardaway or anyone else of the delegation that we try to get answers to all of these questions, like whether this on its face, how the Attorney General would weigh in, but if it were modified in such a way that it would apply in different years, I think that also needs to be clear so that we know exactly what we can or cannot vote on. So I think that's something, Commissioner Sugarman, we're making the request now. I think you should follow up in writing specifically about what questions you want asked. But the motion on the floor now from Commissioner Lowry is to refer it in its current form so that we can get these questions answered from the State Attorney General. Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we vote and before I vote on this, I want to make sure or clarify, if I could, with Representative Hardaway, if he is sure that we'll have an opinion back by the 6th of August so that we can move forward. And then additionally, I don't want to keep kicking this can down the road. Children are already in school. We need to move. So I hope we'll have a full complement of members present so that we can do business. And I don't like to make assumptions, but I think we need to draw some lines here, make some decisions about August 6th in terms of moving forward and no further delay.
Okay.
If Mr. Hardaway can address that to some degree, Representative Hardaway.
All right, yeah, Representative Hardaway, if you'd like, Commissioner Brooks is asking if we are sure we can get an opinion by the 6th. I know you did state earlier that you would ask that it be expedited, but I don't know if you are able to control the timeline by which he responds. But if you'd like to respond directly to Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. And as you know, Commissioner, the request for an expedited opinion is given priority and understanding where the commission is on this and the relationship to the upcoming election and the prerequisites for how far out it needs to be done. I'm confident that Scrimeti will move in a quick and timely fashion.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And I just want to add one thing, and I'm sure you will agree that submitting this for an AG's opinion is just that, the AG's opinion.
Yes, ma'am. It's also an indication of whether the AG and how the AG will fight to defend the questions that are asked if necessary. And I think it's important for the group to know that.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everyone for weighing in on this item. I know it's a very heated discussion. It's my understanding, Representative Hardaway, that you voted yes for this particular item on the floor. When this was presented, it was just to get it before the people. So it's my understanding that we cannot alter the legislation, that we cannot vote for it or against it. And so it's being brought to the public. When people spoke in public comments, I heard districts from all over the county. So I would just encourage people, as this item sounds like it's going to be deferred, that you just continue to show up and weigh in. I've heard compelling arguments on both sides, and I truly believe that this is a great opportunity for us just to reevaluate how we operate the commission. We all will be on the ballot next year. We all will have term limits, and so it seems like it's a very much so aligned process that the school board should be a part of. I'm following the constitutionality questions because I do understand that that could potentially be a consideration in this, and we'll just make my decisions moving forward per the recommendation of the AG. So thank you for bringing this information, and I look forward to seeing where this item goes.
All right,
Thank
thanks,
you,
Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford?
On the motion to defer this item, I'll be voting no. And I'm going to give my reasons why. My concern is threefold, but I'll try to make it twofold. I see what's in front of us, the motion to defer. We're supposed to have discussion, this, that, and the other. My concern is that a worse outcome is going to come out when it comes back down here on the 11th. I think when you give more time to do things, one or two things is going to happen. You're going to get a better outcome, you're going to get a worse outcome. Is this really about protecting the voters? Is this really about the children? Or is this about taking care of the friends of the program? I say that because I looked at a substitute that came in front of us on Wednesday, and there's a possibility that it may come back. This is one reason why I'm voting no, but I think it's going back to committee. I think there's enough votes to put it back in committee, but I have to put these concerns out there to see if any of these things transpire next week. When I looked at the substitute basically put the stagger back on 1689 for 2026, and 23457 So basically, business as usual. Some of you who came down here to support the original item, and I believe don't support the defer back to committee, have asked for a referendum. Well, it takes 9 of us to put anything on the ballot. 9. Or you will have to do a campaign and get thousands of signatures to get it on the ballot if 9 people up here do not do that. So I'm just putting all the options out there. It's probably going back to committee, but just know that there are some status quo items that will be coming back in play. And I think they'll be worse than what we have in front of us. Is what's in front of us perfect? No. And I would simply say this, and I don't even need my 45 seconds. Watch the people that articulate either on this body or at that well that say they want to protect the voters. We got some hypocrites in this room. We got some pure hypocrites in this room. At least be on one side all the time or the opposite side all the time. And I said this, and I quoted Malcolm X upstairs. I said, I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands, even if he's wrong, than the one that comes out like an angel and is nothing but a devil. I'll leave it right there. I yield back, Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. All right, so we're now going to vote on the motion to refer. You need to speak. Okay, all right, Commissioner Sugarman.
For the attorney. And so Commissioner Ford talked about, mentioned a referendum and these non-votes, et cetera. I heard also from school board members talking about the city council, when they went to term limits, was a referendum as well as the commission. So my question then becomes, if we defer it, okay, will there be opportunity to then turn around and vote for a referendum?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that we can certainly evaluate the need or the possibility for a referendum. As it currently stands, you have state law authorizing a vote here in this space to do those things. So that would be my recommendation tonight, but I'm happy to look at it.
And then next question, so we would need 9 votes, correct, to put it on a referendum?
If a referendum was required, yes, generally speaking,
Thank
take
you.
9 votes.
Okay, thank you. So we are now voting on the motion to refer to next Wednesday, August 6th by Commissioner Lowry. There was an objection, so we're going to vote on it. A vote yes will send it back to committee. A vote no will keep it here in front of us today.
Excuse me.
Commissioner Ford made the objection.
Okay. No. Commissioner Sugarman did, I believe, Chair. She withdrew, but he did. He said he would be voting no, but he can make an objection. But I don't believe.
I object, so I can vote no.
Okay, all right, no, great, sure. All right, so Madam Clerk, we can prepare the screen to vote. Yes to committee, no, not to committee. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote. Yep.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Ford has voted no. We have 10 ayes and 1 no.
All right, item 19 was referred to committee. Item number 9.
Item 9 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Chairman Whaley as acting chair. Item 9 is a resolution receiving and filing the May 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Okay, can we get a motion for item 9? We have a motion by Commissioner Bradford and a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford, you recognize?
Did you want to do the committee report first?
Commissioner Bibbs, could we have a committee report?
It came down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford, you recognize?
Thank you, Ms. Schambam. Good afternoon. I have some questions that were somewhat unanswered Wednesday. I appreciate you all getting these reports to us in a timely manner. We had some questions in committee to make sure that not only is this information that we're receiving and filing getting done on time, but we want to make sure that the timeline as far as our budget, the auditors, and all of that is being taken care of. I'm gonna tell you what was brought up on Wednesday, and then you can fill in some of the blanks. Some of the things that were brought up on Wednesday dealt with, I think you were there. It dealt with us having a new auditor, and I know that we had Watkins Zuberoff for a very, very, very long time, but it was brought to our attention at the meeting that now we have outside auditors. So my questions are somewhat like all over the place, but I'm gonna try to make them as succinct as possible. Number one, can you tell us who these new auditors are? Are they local? Are they from Davidson County? When did the comptroller's office know that these new auditors were going to be different? Did Watkins Zuberoff put in writing that they would no longer be our auditor, and why? And are we going to make these timely deadlines? I see we make the filing and receiving here, but eventually when you come back for something more robust that we would have to vote on, it would be past that deadline when we get to September 1. So I'll reiterate, who are our temporary auditors? Are they local or Davidson County? When did the comptroller know that the auditors were different through this process? Did Watkins Zuberoff give us in writing their release, or whatever you want to call it, and the reasons why? If I got to get back in a second time, just in case some of these questions aren't answered, I'll reserve that right, but I yield through the Vice Chair to Ms. Schambam.
All right. Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. The auditors are, the name is Cherry Beckert.
I'm sorry, Ms. Schonbaum, if you could speak up just a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you.
My mic is working now. Okay. The auditors are Cherry Beckert. They do not have an office in Memphis. They do have an office in Nashville. They are throughout the Southeast. They have a great deal of experience in governmental audits. As soon as Watkins Zuberoff told us, we did have a in-person meeting with Watkins Zuberoff to discuss the upcoming audit, where they advised us that they would not be able to continue. We immediately thereafter were in consultation with the state in order to get recommendations, just to discuss the process, changing auditors late in the game. So they, I don't have a specific day in front of me, but I would say that was sometime in May. And with respect to whether it's in writing, we do have correspondence. I don't know if there was a official resignation letter.
I'll get back in.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. How long were the previous auditors our contracted auditors?
I can't speak to before the current contract because, sorry, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, because I was not here prior to this audit. I mean, prior to this contract, but we were in FY 25 audit would have been year 5 of a 5-year contract. So we knew we were going to be going out for new auditors for next year. But Watkins Uberall, quite frankly, just said they didn't have the staff to continue with our audit.
Okay, so you're mentioning that staff as a reason. Can you supply the commission with any, I guess, comprehensive rationale for why they terminated before the end of the contract? Just would be curious if there's anything beyond just staffing as an issue, in particular because they've been serving us for such a period of time for the staffing to become an issue. It's just interesting.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So prior to the start of our FY24 audit, we met with the audit team as we do every year. The manager on the audit who was in charge left Watkins Uberall shortly thereafter. And so then they had to put somebody else in place. It was somebody who had worked on the audit, but then he subsequently left in December of 2024 before the audit was complete, which led to, as you may recall, our audit for FY24 was completed very late, not until until the end of March, due in large part to their lack of staffing. And so they just confirmed for FY25 audit that they would not be able to continue.
So a question that just comes up is our selection of our contractors. Is this a single source, sole source?
This will be an emergency justification.
And previously, with the previous auditors, what was the parameters around their contract? Was it single source, sole source?
No, that was bid out in, I believe, 2019 probably, because it was a 5-year contract.
Can you supply the commission with the successful bidders in the previous contract? I'm just curious if the office that we're using, if they would have appeared in the previous candidate pool.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I do not have that.
Okay, that's why I asked for it to be supplied after the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. Ms. Schonbaum, I'm going to help you out. This doesn't take y'all away from what your responsibilities are, but I'm about to throw a bone at you. I'm going to answer that question that Commissioner Thornton asked us. How far can we go back where Watkins Uberall took care of our audit? The answer is 2007. So they've been around for 18 years, but practice that I learned in my CMFO classes and what you have to take and what Ms. Tipton has to take is that practice is you're only really supposed to keep that auditor about 5 years. But if you keep that auditor around, the roles that they have should alternate for the purposes of the same group not doing the same thing. Because then you might have some internal control issues if you have the same people do the same thing 18 years in a row. So 2007 is the answer. 2006, they went with somebody else. I want to say Thompson Donovan or something like that.
I have heard that.
Yeah.
I have heard that they were the county's auditors
I'm saying
at some
that
point.
it is. I looked it up. So there's the answer to your question on that. But practice is you're supposed to either alternate with the same group or every 5 years you pick somebody else. I don't know if who we have got tired of a few things. This is why I'm going to throw you a life preserver. There have been changes and frustrations because many of the things that you all can't control don't get to you in enough time. And I know I've been one of those commissioners saying, when are we going to make these deadlines? Do you need help? Is it out? Are there outside entities that are in the way? And one thing that has happened is that we have component units that don't turn in their stuff on time. And your component units are the ones where you have these major funds where we are responsible for putting them in our annual comprehensive financial report. And we have to basically ask them to have stuff on time. Now, one of the groups that has been late over and over and over. We just saw them leave a second ago. But they're not the only one, because we have Regional 1 and or do we have any other component units of
We do.
interest?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance, Agri Center,
Yeah.
and E911, the emergency.
And out of those component units,
The major issue has been the schools.
I'm sorry, say it
The
again.
major issue has been the schools.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was stated on record. So with that being said, I support this item, but I would ask Finance, when we have our meeting again in August, if there are any reasons why we may not make these deadlines, please let us know. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Would you please prepare the screens for a vote? Madam Clerk, if you could share the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Commissioner Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
All right, item 9 passes. Item number 20.
Item 20 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 20 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. Item 20 moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, committee report on item 20.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I consulted with legal. I received notice that a family member has applied for an application. I'm told that it's been reviewed, but just to be safe, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 20. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Bradford, Morrison. I'm sorry. We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Bradford, Morrison, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Thornton has recused. We have 8 ayes and 1 recused.
All right, item 20 passes. Item number 22.
Item 22 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 22 is a resolution to rename the Youth and Family Resource Center the A.C. Wharton Youth and Family Resource Center, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Shante K. Avant, Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr., Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Brandon Morrison, Commissioner Henry E. Brooks, Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, and Commissioner Mikhail M. Lowry.
All right, thank you. Item 22, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Caswell.
Yes, Chair, I just want to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Caswell is moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Thornton without objection. Commissioner Caswell, you're on as a sponsor. Thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Thornton moves to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman without objection. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. You are on. All All right, seeing no further commissioners on the screen, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 22. All right, we close the screen and record the vote on item 22.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 11 aye votes.
Item 22 passes. Item 25.
Item 25 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 25 is a resolution approving the sale of 17 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $119,537.50 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute with claim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Item 25, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Brooks on the committee report.
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. If Administrator Sykes-Woods could come down, I would love to ask some questions about some holes that have been put on properties. I'm not sure if the chair of this committee is aware, but I had a constituent reach out to me, having gone down to the land bank, and was told that there was a hold on a parcel. And so it led to me inquiring with the administrator, and she informed me that there was a hold put on particular parcels in District 10. And I just wanted to just know more about what is the process of placing a hold before the commission votes on placing a hold, and are there any other holds that currently are in operation across Shelby County?
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. Currently, we put holds on properties for various reasons. Litigation holds, for one, environmental consideration holds. We do have the power to put an administrative hold on it per the TCA. We can collect properties for up to 5 years. For example, when we do our bulk transactions, it is more beneficial to acquire properties in an area and sell them together. As more beneficial for the developers too. Kind of provides a little bit more financial incentive there. I do not have the current number of all the holds. However, the hold you're speaking of was placed at the request of the City of Memphis. The Housing and Community Development Department requested a block of properties for a land trust that they were helping to create. However, I have released that hold because they requested that they stated that they didn't need those properties at this time.
So just for clarity, and this might be too legal, on what grounds is the land bank able to receive a request from the City of Memphis and place properties on hold against the interests of the citizens of Shelby County that the commission didn't approve?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, not addressing against the interests of the citizens of Shelby County, but specifically, the land bank is authorized by state law. I'm pulling up the citation. It looks like it's 67-5-2507, allows certain parcels, as the administrators outlined, to place them on hold. And nominal conveyance to governmental entities has been done in the past. I suspect that a receipt of a request is sufficient enough to start a review, but I would leave that to the administrator. It is authorized by law to do.
So authorized at the discretion of the administrator and not the commission? In the past, we've approved conveyances that have been approved by the commission. It was news to me that the City of Memphis can decide what parcels they want and have a hold placed on those properties that would prohibit citizens from being able to get their due process of being able to go through a sales transaction.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The authority is vested in the mayor's office through its land bank to place properties on hold. Conveying interest in real estate is what has to come before the county commission nominal or otherwise, to convey that property interest, you all would vote.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks? You're good? Okay, great. All right, Commissioner Thornton, you're back in?
Thank you. So there's currently no legislation on the books that would require notification to the commission that there's a hold place. It's just very concerning to me that after this meeting, a hold could be placed. Per the discretion of the city of Memphis, I don't know who else has discretionary authority to be able to trigger these types of holds, but the public isn't noticed. So literally people are getting in their cars, going down to the land bank to try to place a bid on a property, and they're told it's on hold. And at what point do we educate the public to be able to let them know that that could be a barrier that could go against them? They're thinking they see a parcel for sale, they place a bid, and they can move forward. It's very much so an inconvenience. And as a commissioner, I didn't know that these holds were being placed, but for this particular circumstance. So I would just like to know, is there any type of like legislation that currently governs this hold process? And definitely will be inquiring for some more follow-up legislation.
Megan Smith, Shelby County Attorney's Office. The state law allows the hold, so that would be the legislation. And to the best of my knowledge, it's been a minute since I've looked at it, but I believe the properties on hold are published on the website.
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator, correct. The status of properties is on the Land Bank website. If we remove it from the for sale status and put it into hold, it is not on the website, so people don't know that it would be available then. Additionally, individuals do not have to come to the land bank to purchase properties. They can put in their application online.
Right, and so just, I mean, we've gone down this pathway before. A number of people do face-to-face transactions. That's their comfort. Technology isn't always people's just capacity or preference. And so coming down to the office to talk to someone face-to-face, I hear from my constituents, is their preference. So you're saying that the properties on hold are listed, or they're just not listed for sale? There's two different things that I'm hearing y'all saying. On the website, all of the properties that are on hold, are they listed for the public's understanding of where those parcels are, the held properties?
I don't believe they are, Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. I don't believe they are currently, but I can go back and double check.
And what would prohibit you from actually listing properties as they're on hold with the land bank for whatever reason? Because you've given multiple reasons why they could be held. What would stop you from being able to just list it as properties are held just for public knowledge?
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. I'm trying to understand your question. Are you saying, is anything preventing me from listing properties that are currently in on-hold status online? No, there's not. And currently, we list properties that are in redemption. They're not available for purchase either, but we have that on there so that people know that they're coming up. So if we needed to, we could do that.
Yes, I would like to make a formal request that be our policy and practice. And you didn't answer my other question. Beyond District 10 parcels that were recommended by the city, are there any other City of Memphis requests to hold properties across the county?
Currently, in District 7, we have 10 properties on hold for Commissioner Brooks Gardens, 1 property on hold for potential litigation. In District 8, we have 120 parcels on hold for the project that Commissioner Sugarman is spearheading with NACO. We also have 2 properties on hold for litigation. District 10, we have 1 on hold for litigation. In District 11, we have 1 on hold for litigation.
Nice. If you don't mind, if you could, just as a point of information, can you email that information to us as well?
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 25. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 9 aye votes.
All right, item 25 passes. Item 26.
Item 26 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 26 is a resolution appointing Tim Netherton to the Shelby County Beer Board for an initial 4-year term, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item was sent down without recommendation in July 23rd, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Item 26, moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Brooks, committee report?
Mr. Chairman, the candidate was not here on Wednesday, so we sent this down without recommendation.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Bradford?
The candidate is here. I didn't know if anybody's going to present from the mayor's office. There's the candidate there. I don't know if we want to hear from him or not or move forward. I've served with Mr. Netherton on the Collierville Planning Commission for a couple of years. He's also been involved in Collierville Cares and other projects, and he reached out to me about possibility of getting more involved with county. He saw this opening on the beer board, and so I nominated him for it.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. All right, either Chief Collins or Mr. Ellington, if you want to give just a quick introduction and why you're interested in this position.
Sure, absolutely. First of all, good evening, commissioners. My name is Tim Netherton, 645 Winford Drive. I'd actually like to start out, if I could, and just indulge me for a moment and ask that this commission and really everybody in this room take just a moment and pause and reflect, and with a debt of gratitude and appreciation and celebration for the life of probably one of the greatest leaders Shelby County's ever known, and that was former Sheriff and Mayor Bill Morris, who passed away Friday. I have been blessed in my life for more than 25 years to hold a very close friendship and mentorship from him. He has helped make me a better man, a better husband, a better father, and really inspired me to get into public service and serve in the manner that I have. So I live in the Collierville community. I have many, many commissions that I have served on over the last decade to 15 years. I can certainly answer any questions that you'd like to me to delve into any of those. But I would say it is with privilege and honor that I would serve the county in this role and any role that you might ask, and I would point out that I would be doing so, especially now at this time, in memory of Mayor Morris.
All right, thank you very much for that. Commissioner Ford?
Chair, my computer is down, so I'm using this until the magic happens, so I just wanted you to know, so it wouldn't look unusual unless the parliamentarian says I can't do that.
Yeah, you're a little further away, but still got you. Thanks so much. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Netherton, for being here and for your willingness to serve. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote on item 26. Yeah, all right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. We have 10 aye votes.
Item 26 passes. Item number 29.
Item 29 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 29 is an ordinance third reading, so once it's properly before us, I ask you to allow me to read the summary to the record. Item 29 is ordinance third reading, ordinance amending the Shelby County Charter to authorize the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to appoint, hire an attorney to act as legal advisor to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners in furtherance of their legislative functions, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
All right, item 29 moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks, committee report.
Favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the summary.
Summary for this item is as follows. This ordinance seeks to amend the Shelby County Charter to authorize the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to appoint, hire an attorney to act as legal advisor to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners in furtherance of their legislative functions. This item requires a 2/3 vote of the membership of the Board of Commissioners for approval Upon approval, the same shall be submitted to the voters of Shelby County, Tennessee for a referendum. 2/3 vote of the membership.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to move it to the Monday, August 11th commission meeting.
All right. Commissioner Sugarman has moved to defer to August 11th, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Is there any objection to that? All right, hearing none. Item 29 is.
I'm on the board. I'm on the board.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks.
I'd like to be added as a sponsor, please.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Brooks moved to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Vice Chair Avant without objection. Commissioner Brooks, you were on as a sponsor, and without objection, the item is deferred to August 11th. Okay. All right, item number 30.
Item 30 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 30 is an ordinance second reading, ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 16, Article 4, to provide for the establishment of an administrative fee to be imposed by the Shelby County Land Bank for the private lot grass maintenance program, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Item 30, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, can we have a committee report on this item? Okay, favorable. Thank you very much. All right, I don't see any commissioners on the screen. I think this is, we're on second reading here. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen and vote on item 30. Okay, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Chairman Whaley. We have 9 aye votes.
Item 30 passes. Item 31.
Item 31 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 31 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to allocate and appropriate funding in the amount of $11,226,461 for the purposes of transitioning the Youth Justice and Educational Center operations from the Shelby County Sheriff to the Shelby County Division of Corrections. This item requires the allocation and appropriation of fiscal year 2026 general fund balance in the amount of $11,226,461, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, Jr. This item was amended and sent down without recommendation in July 23rd, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, item 31 is moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Let's see, Commissioner Clay stepped out, but this came down without recommendation. All right, I'll turn it over. Chief Collins, do you want to give us any update on this item? We had an extensive discussion in committee, but is there anything else you'd like to offer us before we take a vote?
No, Mr. Chair. Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. No, Mr. Chairman, we stated all we could say in committee on Wednesday. I do have Judge Sugarman here if you all would like to ask him any questions about the process.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Sugarman, I'd like to talk with you. I think we had some conversation early on in reference to this transition and dollars that have been appropriated for the sheriff to maintain detention prior to moving to Getwell. So if you sort of start there and move forward in terms of the amount of monies that may be existing, unused dollars that may be existing.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Judge Tarek Sugarman, Juvenile Court Judge of Shelby County. The transition from the management from Juvenile Court to the Sheriff's Department occurred in approximately 2015. With that transition, there were funds transferred, approximately $6 million according to the sheriff, and also 100 positions. There's not been an offer to return those positions, nor the money at today's dollar amount, realizing that's some 10 years ago. But additionally, the facility is no longer at juvenile court, which is a much smaller facility. It's now, of course, as you know, at the YJAC, Youth Justice and Education Center. So that budget is significantly higher, as well as the complement of staff there. None of that is coming back to us nor the county. I understand the director over the Division of Corrections, Mr. Anthony Alexander, is present. He has started the process of hiring people to serve as correction officers in the juvenile facility. One of the major problems I really need to alert you about is not only causing a compression because the sheriff, prior to April of 2024, was transporting youth from the detention facility to the court to be handled there at the court. Detention, delinquency, other dockets such as resolution of in custody youth that are charged with felony matters, those kind of cases, we had 110 docket spaces there at juvenile court. It's been compressed now to approximately 35. So the amount of cases we're able to move is reduced. But even larger than that is the issue of who would manage it if these funds are not put back. Senate Bill 718, which was House Bill 797, Senate Bill 718 was presented by Senator Taylor. House Bill was by Representative Vaughn. There was we appeared on behalf of the juvenile court expressing our opposition to it because it would require that we only handle cases of delinquency and detention there at the one courtroom that's available at the YJAC. That caused the docket compression. If these funds are not placed back in the budget for the Department of Corrections, what we have is looking at the possibility that this bill becomes effective. And I have a copy of it. I'd be glad to provide you a copy of it today. But Section D specifically says this. This section does not apply if a juvenile court has entered into a written agreement with a licensed institution, other public authority or agency, or the Department of Children's Services to manage the approved detention facility or to receive temporary care and custody of the children within its jurisdiction. What that means is effective October the 1st, if that transition does not take place, then we are responsible, juvenile court, and we have no funds. The Department of Corrections and juvenile court entered into a memorandum of agreement June 9th. It was finalized, which was a requirement by Representative Vaughn, and Representative Hardaway is here to speak to it if you want to hear about it. But what that means is that if the Sheriff's Department, effective October 1st, is not allowed to leave control of the detention to the Department of Corrections, then we're in an emergency basis. We'd have to hire a private vendor. Currently, Davidson County has a private vendor managing their facility, which handles significantly less numbers than we do here in Shelby County. Their private contractor is paid $45 million annually to manage their facility. So on an emergency basis, we would be put in a position where we would have to hire a private vendor on an emergency basis. As you know, I filed a writ of mandamus in Chancery Court, which is still pending, to keep the sheriff in place while the county and juvenile court work out a transfer from the Sheriff's Department to the County Department of Corrections. Taking that money out of the budget limits Chief Alexander's, Director Alexander's capacity to not only hire but train, and there are certain criteria required by the state and DCS that they have to meet.
All right. You're all right. Thanks, Judge Sugarman. Thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and Your Honor, I don't have any questions regarding the need. The need has been articulated. So when I start asking about the fiscal piece, hopefully the response is not, why are we talking about the fiscal part? It's a need, it's a need. The need has been articulated, okay? So I see the deputy CFO. Don't know if he's gonna answer any of these questions, but I'm asking for Mr. Thompson to come down. And I'm gonna ask some questions on the record. We had a comptroller letter that came out after we had this, not this past budget, but the budget before when it came out. And one thing that the comptroller stated was one-time use of fund balance should not be spent on recurring items or throughout the year for amendments. Again, I'm not questioning the need. I'm talking about the process. If you can answer this, when is the next time we will get out for debt issuance first, number one? Number two, even if it's unaudited, what is our current general fund balance, and are we within the policy? Number three, how would the bond rating agencies look at this significant amount of fund balance coming out right after we passed the budget? Was the sheriff, since I see Ms. Lindsay here, wasn't the sheriff's salary restriction increased? I heard two different things in committee. You weren't at the well, but the CFO and the CAO said two different things that didn't calculate, so maybe you could be the tiebreaker. Wasn't the sheriff's salary restriction increased to provide $6.5 million to the Division of Corrections for this center? Then I would ask how much fund balance is needed for the transfer of the Division of Corrections Enterprise Fund? And why isn't this transfer included as a better estimate in the adopted budget? And the reason why I'm asking this is because I got either little answers or no answers in committee on Wednesday. And I've been the type to where I want to go back to what you all said. You said, get the audit done, get the budget tight and right. If we're able to do this and not have to spend $11.2 million out of fund balance, that would be great. But it was also articulated that an item so that we can be in compliance with GASB, because there's a shortfall in corrections, is going to have to come too, which probably be another $9 million. So we're talking about $21 million of fund balance before September that could be used. So we'll see if you answer any of those questions. I'm gonna get back in the queue, but they're very simple questions. I'll get back in the queue because I feel like I got to.
Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I may need those questions repeated because there were quite a few, but I'll answer the first question and we'll go from there. We go out for bonded debt approximately every 2 years. We recently had a debt issuance back in April, so we won't go out for another approximately 2 years. That's the answer to the first question. What's the second question? Right now, since we are currently closing the books, that fund balance is continuing to move. I can give you the FY24 fund balance, which was $108 million, and we are on the lower end of our fund balance policy. The next question?
Back in, or
No,
do you
you
want
could
me?
ask the third question.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
In your experience, what would the bond rating agencies say about us passing a budget 30 days ago and now going into the fund balance with this significant amount of money?
In working with the bond rate, Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. In working with the bond rating agencies over the past 5 years in this role, and recently working with them to get our most historic debt issuance passed this past April, which was $290 million. Understanding their process, they focus on various other things other than what an entity does after they adopt a budget. They actually look at what the budget is that is adopted. For example, this year we made a great stride in ensuring that our rating agencies will continue to look favorably upon us because we did not use any planned use of fund balance in adopting this budget. If you recall, I speak very highly about how important it is to not have a planned use of fund balance in the adopted budget. This year, we accomplished that goal. So our rating agents are very happy with us.
Okay, Commissioner Ford, I'll let you get back in if you have any additional questions. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's interesting for us to applaud no planned use of fund balance in the proposed budget when we're coming with an item like this. So it seems like it was a plan because we were rectifying the situation immediately following the passing of the budget. You say that we're at the lower end of the fund balance policy. In the past, whenever we've dipped into the fund balance, that's been a lot of the discussion. It's just around naming what exactly that figure is. So can you quantify for us what lower end of the fund balance policy actually means pre the $11 million resolution before us today and post?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. We are hovering around the 20% of fund balance policy.
And that's before the passing of this resolution?
Correct.
And per the passing of this resolution, where will we be?
Based upon us currently closing the books and making sure we have accounted for all the revenue and all the expenditures in FY25, it is difficult to say at this point.
Say it again. It's
It
what?
is difficult to say at this point because we are currently closing the books, ensuring we have all the revenue and all the expenditures accounted for, so that we have our annual audit performed.
And our policy is 25%, or what is it, 20%?
Our fund, Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government, our fund balance policy is to be between 20 and 30%, preferably at the 25% mark.
So what we can say is that regardless of whether or not you can quantify what enacting this resolution is going to do to the fund balance, we're already at the 20%. So we will go beneath our recommendation.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO. I cannot say that definitively.
I mean, we can just
Until we
say,
have all of our revenue and expenditures accounted for and close our books, it is difficult to say.
okay. When it comes to next fiscal year and how we're going to be able to accommodate, I'm assuming, this ongoing $11 million ask in the budget, what assurances do we have that this will not continue to have to be a fund balance corrected item? Is there any assurance or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Michael Thompson, sorry.
Mr. Thompson, are you going to answer, or CAO Collins?
Thank you,
Would
Madam
you like the
Chair.
floor?
Yes, Harold Collins, CAO. Let me remind the body that in our initial presentation to this body in the budget, this $11 million or $6.5 million request was in the budget. We proposed this inside the budget because we knew it was going to be reoccurring. This body on July 23rd and subsequently on July 30th removed that funding for this particular item, which is why we're here today. We knew that this was going to be reoccurring. We had no intent of using fund balance to fund this. We knew that the sheriff was planning to leave the supervision of the Youth Justice and Education Center on September 30th through our memorandum of understanding or agreement with him. We knew all of that. That's why we put it in the budget. And so when this body decided that you would fund $18 million in grants instead of funding these items that we put in the budget, then we had to come back to you, as we said we would on July 30th, to get the funding for the Youth Justice and Education Center. And so this is where we are today. And we're asking this body for this unusual but needed circumstance. Otherwise, this body is telling the sheriff that on September 30th, he will have to continue the supervision of the Youth Justice and Education Center because Director Alexander and his team will not be able to train and put resources in place to take over on that day.
All right, thank you, CEO. Commissioner Ford?
All right, thank you. Mr. Thompson, where you at? You are correct that notwithstanding what the CAO just stated, you're correct. We did not have to fund anything through fund balance. However, we do not know what that number is. Either your colleague, the deputy CFO, or the CFO on Wednesday stated that the budget that has not been finalized, or closed rather, is using fund balance right now in order for it to be closed. So I don't know if you know how much fund balance is being used for the FY25 as you work to close out this year, but it's been stated that the general fund is going to be very, very tight. I hope this body did not forget, while we're talking about what was put in, what was put out, this body on 2 or 3 occasions voted, codified and otherwise, $3 million, Ms. Trustee, for a program, and that wasn't put in the budget, and it was codified by this body. But I guess if the mayor doesn't sign off on it, it doesn't count, right? So I can add probably $11 million worth of things that we voted on prior to a budget coming out that your administration, not your, no, I'm not going to put that into cyberspace at all. The administration didn't want to put in regarding veterans, elderly, and things of that nature. So we can go back and forth on that. You don't want to have that debate with me. Mr. Thompson, got a couple more questions for you. You went all the way back there. I waited for you to sit down so I could bring you back up here. I have two final questions. Since you're the only one here, the duty of care and the duty of loyalty resides with you. You're the fiduciary right now. So my last two questions. Wasn't the sheriff's salary restriction? I just want to clarify because I need you to be the tiebreaker on this because the CAO said one thing, your colleague said another in committee. Was the sheriff's salary restriction increased to provide the $6.5 million to the Division of Corrections for the Youth Justice Center? And then lastly, no, you know what? I'm just going to give you one. I'm going to say my statement real quick. Because we have a lot of uncertainties of what we got in the rainy day fund, and because this is going to increase the mayor's maintenance of effort, what keeps us from coming back in September after everything's resolved so that we can still make this deadline? So I'm only asking about the 6.5 and what keeps us from getting finalized numbers and coming back in September so that we can possibly have an avenue of not having to use this much fund balance. Just those two questions.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. Because the Sheriff's Office will not be engaging in the Youth Justice Organization from October till next July, they will not spend the dollars associated with the payroll cost, which we approximate to be approximately $6.5 million. The second question. It's important that the Corrections Division have time to ramp up and ensure that our youth are maintained appropriately based upon all their needs. Timing is of the essence. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Can we just hear from Chief Lindsay? I hear the sheriff mentioned often, and I'm just trying to understand, I think what, Director Thompson, don't go too far unless you just want to get your steps today, but the 6.5 million that isn't following the issue, can you just give more clarity on that? It seems as though the previous bill is not following the issue, and I just would like to understand why 6.5 million can't be relinquished to reduce this $11 million figure.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, thank you for the question. However, I think that question has already been answered. Director Thompson mentioned that the 6.5 million increased our salary restriction. Therefore, those funds are not available to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So I think I heard Chief Collins say that if this body does not approve the 11.2 million planned use of fund balance, then that means that the Sheriff's Office will continue to have to operate for the Youth Justice Education Center. And I submit that that is simply not true because the Sheriff's Office does not have the funding beyond September 30th, 2025.
Thank you for that clarity. Director Thompson, getting the steps in, we like to see it. I just wanted to know, Director Thompson, when will we have the final update on the impact of this particular item to the fund balance?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO. As the Finance Department continues to close out this fiscal year end, we can probably bring some back to you at subsequent meetings.
As when?
At subsequent meetings.
Michael, can we get a date?
When is the next commission meeting?
So we will be able to know a final fund balance after this item at the next commission meeting?
we will work to get that done, yes.
Okay.
And that date is August 11th, just so that Director Thompson is clear about what's being asked by Commissioner Thornton.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If we could just, assuming that this item, if it passes, that we could actually know the actual impact to the fund balance. That would
Absolutely.
be helpful. And then can you just, in summation, tell the commission if we vote this impact? If we don't vote for it, what is the impact and who picks it up? So I hear the possibility being, if we don't approve this resolution, that we're saying it's going to fall on the sheriff, which is just said that they do not have the funds. So in that worst case, what happens? Just curious.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. As I stated before, $6.5 million is only a fraction of the budget associated with YJEC that the Sheriff Department has. So by most accounts, they will still have funding to carry on some operations until you all work out a appropriate funding on the correction side. So $6.5 million does not wipe out the budget that the Sheriff Department has surrounding youth justice. It does not. That budget was approximately around $10 million. So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate the work that's been done by the judge, by the director, by this administration, because you all came to us earlier in the year and got partial money to start moving this ball forward. We knew when we voted on this budget, when we didn't put the other dollars in there, again, when you look at the other municipalities and the money that they put in, thinking about their public safety, thinking about their community, thinking about the fact that you have to still take care of the county business, and we're trying to keep doing something, and we're trying to pay for something with old money, but do a new thing. We knew this new thing needed to happen, and I think that for this body, I just ask that we tonight pass this, don't continue to kick this can down the road. We know that we have to put these pieces in place. We can talk about the money that was that's not there right now, but we didn't put the money there. We took the money. We didn't put the money there. We didn't put the penny there, the 2 pennies, the 3 pennies, 4 pennies that were needed so that we can move this kind of forward. We knew that we were going to be short on a lot of things because we took the money out the budget. So we talking like we didn't know these things were going to happen. Our thing today is to take care of the business and move us forward. Let's get this voted. Let's deal with it because we're going to be dealing with a lot more of this throughout the year because we did not put money in the budget. We talked about a tax increase that we haven't done since 2005. Here we are in 2025. We're trying to drive a 25 Cadillac on a 2005 budget. And we think still, we talking about the DA, 57,000 on 2010 computers that we talking about. Like, let's stop acting like we didn't know that we took money out from this. This is something that came before today, before now. And the sheriff said he want to take those dollars and keep them with his officers to go to 201 Poplar. I support that. Let him take the dollars, go to 201 Poplar, and let's fix, because they just came and told us how bad the situation is for our inmates in 201 Poplar. Give him his capacity that he can get the officers over there. But let's give the director of correction his capacity, and the judge what is needed for our youth to move this county forward in the best interest of our children. So I'm hoping that we can get this voted on tonight and move this agenda item forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. Judge Sugarman is my brother, and I will be voting on this item. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not intend to belabor this. However, my colleagues' comments kind of gave me, incentivized me to speak. If we have funds that have been allocated for children, and the sheriff has those funds, they were appropriated to him, those funds were unused, then that money, those funds, that funding should follow those children. So I'm not sure how we're going to disaggregate that from all the other dollars that are out there. So we may need to call for some kind of audit, whatever. But we do need to go ahead and get this done. And I know the sheriff got things that he needs to do, but children, we got to take care of this. We do not want to have a situation any worse than it is. So we need to go ahead and fix this right now. And I think that if those dollars are there, we got Mr. Thompson, all the other people in finance who can go back and look at the amount of money that was appropriated, the amount that was spent for children given to the sheriff, and find out what's left. And let's use that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Chief Lindsay, briefly, and then I think we're ready to vote.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I think a lot gets lost in these conversations, but the point is $6.5 million has been removed from our fiscal year 2026 budget. Our fiscal year 2025 budget for the Youth Justice and Education Center was about $9 million. $400,000 of that dollars was put into the budget to cover some repairs at the Youth Justice and Education Center. So we started the year with about $8.6 million last fiscal year. So that does not leave us with tons and tons of money to spend or to operate this facility beyond September 30th, 2025. And another thing, the Sheriff's Office will be coming back to this body because we have an increase in the number of detainees. And so every time there's an increase in detainees, there's an increase in food service costs, there's an increase in prison apparel, there's an increase in beddings, linens, supplies, everything. So we also have an ask for planned use of fund balance for fiscal year 2025, and we'll be coming back with that amendment later on within the next few weeks. Additionally, we'll have an ask for fiscal year 2026 because we have that same issue with increasing detainee population. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief Lindsay.
Mr. Chair, may I be heard one more time to address some of the statements Chief Lindsay said
Okay.
regarding the monies? I'll be very,
Briefly,
very
because I
short.
think
Very briefly.
we're wanting to take it to a vote.
Okay. The sheriff has not had to make transport for 2 months out of fiscal year 2024, all of fiscal year 2025, and now into July. That's 15 months that he's not made to make transport. Where are those monies? And the other thing, I understand maintenance of effort, but the monies that he was allocated in 2015, those dollars have significantly increased. So Ms. Lindsay says that it's 6.5, but it's actually, as Deputy Chief Thompson said, is significantly more. And I think an audit is in place to determine what amount of monies are in the fiscal year 2026 budget that are allocated for the maintenance of the YJAC. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Brooks, 1 minute.
Okay, really brief. I just need to ask the Sheriff's Department to petition to the state of Tennessee to pick up their prisoners. That's a great ask. I think that's causing burden, it's causing overcrowding and everything else. So ask the state to come and get their prisoners.
May I, Chairman Whaley?
All right, we're gonna take it to a vote. I think this is looks like another topic for another day. Madam Clerk, please call the vote on item 31. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Mills and Ford have abstained. We have 8 ayes and 2 abstained.
All right, item 31 passes. Item 32.
Item 32 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 32 is a resolution to amend the FY 2026 general operating budget for the specific purpose of funding M365 licenses for county employees in Shelby County District Attorney's Office. Shelby County Government Information Technology Department is the recipient of the funding as Shelby County Government's managed services organization that provides information technology support to its clients. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of the fund balance to the FY 2026 General Fund Operating Funds in an amount not to exceed $54,600. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, this item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules and was sent down without recommendation in July 23rd, 2025 committee meeting.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Probably either through legal or Ms. Indigaro through the chair, can we have an understanding on why this did not meet the requirements of the permanent rules? Can that be stated why on record? I found out why, but I want one of them to answer that question.
Okay. All right.
Whether it's legal or somebody from.
I do want to say that it was, I did ask on the record at committee, and she did respond.
I know, but
Yes, sir.
the answer somewhat changed on what I found out, so I want to see what they're going to say today.
Okay.
So my question
where
is-
did we get that answer
Yeah.
from in committee?
Was it Ms. Indengaro? Didn't you respond at committee that you explained that it didn't go before, it didn't finish a finance review and then, so it didn't go to legal? Thought that's
Good
what you said.
evening. I'm Jessica Nangaro, the Chief Administrative Officer for the DA office. And yes, the foundational answer is that finance declined to approve the draft resolution and it therefore could not go to legal. And we were up against the deadline. I knew what the deadline was for the commission. And so I wasn't sure if it was going to work out with finance or legal or not in advance of the Wednesday meeting, but I knew for sure that I did not want to miss the submission deadline for the commission.
I'll make comments when the item is on the floor.
Okay.
And I think there's a substitute too, so
All
thank
right.
you.
Yep. All right. Sounds good. So item 32 moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman, came down without recommendation. We need a motion to suspend the rules to hear the item. We also have a substitute.
So moved.
All right, moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Ford without objection. Okay, we'll take the item before us. Commissioner Caswell, do you want to move the substitute?
Yes, sir, I wanted to move the substitute.
All right, moved by Caswell, seconded by Commissioner Thornton to move the substitute. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read the substitute caption?
Substitute caption for item 32, resolution to amend the FY 2026 general operating budget for the specific purpose of funding M365 licenses for county employees in the Shelby County District Attorney's Office. Shelby County Government Information Technology Department is the recipient of the funding as Shelby County Government's managed services organization that provides information technology support to its clients. This item requires the appropriation expenditure of FY 2026 trustee revenue commissions fees to the FY 2026 General Fund Operating Funds in an amount not to exceed $54,600, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr. This item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules. I also want to point out that we also have a rule now where it's supposed to be track changes. And so I assume that this yellow is all that new to the caption?
Jessica Nangaro, the Chief Administrative Officer for the DA's office. That's correct. The changes were to reflect the change in funding source.
Okay. All right, thank you. We also need now the motion to suspend the rules on the substitute. Moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Thornton, without objection. The item is, the substitute is now before us. All right, Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. I see the substitute basically finds another funding source for this item. I'm gonna say this real quick because I did talk to the DA and I did talk to Ms. Indigaro, and that's why I asked the question about what put this as not meeting the requirements of the permanent rules. It wasn't the DA's office. It was finance and legal. It's unfortunate that we have some people in legal that are basically saying, well, if finance doesn't check the box, then we're not going to check the box. Y'all brought this to their attention in January, February. You thought that this money was going to be in before the gavels were hit on the 23rd and 30th, respectively. You should not have had to have come back today, much less Wednesday, in order to come back for $54,600. But the piece that really irritates me is that finance, with all of the loopy words that were said on a previous item, they had the funding source, they had the account numbers and everything for an $11.2 million item that we just voted on. I know we have more than $54,600 in fund balance. But my issue is, and I see the CFO deputy coming down. I do have some stuff right here to say. I hope I don't have to necessarily utilize this right here. But if the elected and the representative of the elected stated that this was brought to the administration's attention 5-6 months ago, and it was to your knowledge that on the 23rd you were straight, on the 29th before we met again you were straight, but after July 1 hit you weren't straight, that's a disconnect. But my main issue is $54,600. I'm going to assume that you had pushback from finance when it should not be one division basically determining what this body should vote on collectively. That's where I have my problem. It should not stop at legal or finance like, well, we don't think it's a good idea. I'm like, well, that's what 13 people are up here for. So I don't know if Mr. Thompson wants to speak, but it sounds like I might have to get back in the queue and say what I got on this paper, which I hope I don't have to, Chair.
All right, Mr. Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. It's important that we clear the record. During budget season, we worked with the DA's office to ensure that this funding was included. On the 23rd, when you all adopted the budget, then again on the 30th, is when this funding came out. So once again, this funding was included. This commission unfortunately voted to remove that funding. And also this resolution, this was my first time seeing it today. I'm not sure what was spoken by the CAO, but I do not recall seeing this resolution because we put this funding in the original budget. You all took it out.
All right, thank you, Director Thompson. Commissioner Brooks?
Call question.
Okay. Question's been called. Commissioner Ford's back in. Commissioner Ford, one more round, and then we're going to take it to a vote. Commissioner Ford.
It'll be very quick. I'm talking about the item that we deliberated on Wednesday. Finance's role, according to our rules and our charter, their only role is to provide info to verify those account numbers and whether the money's there or not. It is not to give opinion on what they should do or not. People ain't standing in lanes. But you get the latitude when you give them the latitude. That's all I got. I support this item as is.
All right, great. Thanks, Commissioner Ford. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen to vote. As substituted, item 32. All right, we can close the screen and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Avant, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Brooks has voted no. We have 9 ayes, 1 no.
All right. Item 32 passes. All right, we're now at announcements or statements. Oh, my computer just decided to. I can't see the screen. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. Real quick, I just want to wish the trustee a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I think she's gone.
Oh, Thornton, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to announce the second annual Hoop to Be Heard tournament is coming back August 12th through the 16th. We would love to see you guys come out and check out the ballers of District 10. Thank you.
Okay, sounds great. Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. On July the 31st, July 31st, myself and State Representative Gabby Salinas is holding a town hall meeting from 6 p.m. to 7:30. That's this coming Thursday at Golden Gate Cathedral, 3240 James Road. Also on this coming Friday in the Fraser community at 3394 Overton Crossing. That's going to be a back to school with a number of stakeholders in that community on Friday. Then on Saturday, we having another back to school in Raleigh. I'm sorry, Chair, I had it right here. In Raleigh on the 2nd at Golden Institute that's located at, help me here. 3184 Overbrook, and that's going to be from 2 o'clock to until 2 o'clock until that's on Saturday, and then National Night Out on Tuesday at the Raleigh Civic Center from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock at the Raleigh Civic Center. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Who's Ford? Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, and thank you for what we talked about as far as this is concerned. So, Young Wall Street, which was one of the organizations that this body was able to assist within the racial equity ad hoc. 50 youth through various districts just finished their 2-week boot camp, and they learned all the intricacies on how to invest in the stock market so well to where they could be on the stock market floor today if they wanted to. But speaking of that, they were given a model account to learn and invest. Although 8 of the youth will be going to New York City with the assistance of some other sponsors that we were able to attain, all 50 of those youth will be receiving funds to go into their own brokerage accounts. So they can go ahead and start doing what they learned in the boot camp today through the custodian, which happens to be their parent because a lot of them are not 18 years old yet. The 8 of the youth that will be going to New York City, we're going to JP Morgan Chase, will be part of the closing bell. They'll be on the floor. They won't be actually ringing the bell, but they'll be at the New York Stock Exchange, and we're also going to be taking a tour of Bloomberg. So, Chair, this is something real significant. I've talked to Rashad about how we're going to be able to let locals know we got some great things going on within the committee. And for those that did support all the way, thank you very much. And that's all I have.
All right, very good. Yeah, it's great to see. Commissioner Caswell?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just make a correction. Next Tuesday, August the 5th, is National Night Out at Raleigh Civic Center.
That's
Next
right.
Tuesday.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Thank you. All right, Commissioners, with that, we are adjourned till Monday, August 11th, 2025 at 3 p.m.